Welcome, everybody, to TISM Thursday.
I beat the fuck out of my dick so goddamn hard.
You bitch! You want to be hung like a donkey and come big like a horse? You whore! Harlot! Ain't nothing wrong with hooking up with your uncle. Lot lizard!
Oh well!
Woman of the night!
I would never watch Pornhub.
Corner peruser!
Fucking
Fuck! Dick connoisseur!
You think this is a fucking game?
Cockosaurus Rex!
Dick Sucker 9000 Simulator 2024. God damn, slap me again, girl. God damn, boy. I get on there, I beat the shit out my dick.
Look, it ain't gay. $20 is $20.
Jerking off to Danny DeVito.
People who like DayZ may or may not also enjoy cock and ball torture. If you don't think I won't make this my intro, then you underestimate me. Welcome everybody to TISM Thursday. Welcome. I'm obviously your host with the most chromosomes, G Kami, joined by my I guess cross-state friend, Mr. Karis. What you got on the television back there? I'm stupid. Give me a second. I'm dumb. There we go. I forgot to undeafen myself. What you got on the television, Karis?
I have a 12-hour loop of some synthwave video that I found like 3 months ago, and I've just kind of had it in the back of my mind. I was looking for something to have in the background. I was like, oh, well, what could I put in the background? So I'm pretty sure it's like Rick Deckard's car from Blade Runner, just over some fantastic skyline.
Okay, well, I guess that works. It's like I was about to say you could have pulled a Cody and just had like a loop of some like GameStop demo of what was it, Halo 3 or whatever the hell he has on that thing.
I thought about that. I thought about that. I was like, is there some sort of Halo? And then I didn't actually realize, like, I can loop this. So I suppose I had to go hunt for it, but no, I could do that. I just didn't.
That's a very fancy looking hotel room.
Thank you. This is, where the hell am I? Well, for starters, I'm in Detroit. I'm not going to specifically say the hotel, but
please don't get shot.
I am in. I know I don't want to get shot. I would like to make it home so I can, play more No Man's Sky. Mm-hmm. But no, I'm here for security training and to pick up a badge for the airport for a project I don't even know if I'm going to be part of. I'm the backup, but they're putting me through all this just to make sure we gotta have someone back up.
You're still paid even if you don't end up having to do anything, right?
Oh yeah.
Wow,
Like
then it's all good then.
It is. It is all good. It's funny though that like I started getting paid West Coast time at around like 2:30 a.m. and then like the meter just kept going until I get to my hotel. So,
Well, that's nice, at
yay for
least.
travel.
Yay for travel. Like I said, just please don't get shot or whatever the hell else happens in Detroit. And if you see RoboCop, make sure to just pat your nuts a little bit. Just pat your nuts.
Make sure they're still there.
He'll understand. He'll understand. Stop, citizen. Do you still have your nutsack?
Yes, I put them in a jar. They're in the glove compartment.
All right, this is a law-abiding citizen. Dead or alive, or wait, with or without nuts, you're coming with me.
That gives new meaning to that phrase.
Yes, sir. But we're back here for TISM Thursday to talk about dumb shit as y'all expect from us at this point. Karis found a way to still have a full setup and everything just for little old me while he's across in a completely different state. Except the good thing is, for once, he's in the superior time zone, aka Central.
Yep. Wait, there's no conversion of, well, if he's starting at 10, then I gotta be over here. It's like, nope, none of that shit. It's all
Yeah,
nice.
I hate time zones. Abolish time zones. They are evil.
They kind of are. Trying to like coordinate with someone who's on like, I'll be on East Coast time and then like trying to coordinate with someone on West Coast time. It's like, oh,
Well, technically speaking, without time zones, wouldn't things be even weirder? Because then you would have no, what's the word? Judgment of what time actually means. Because, like, we know what 5 o'clock means because it means the same thing everywhere. It's like evening time.
yeah.
But without time zones, 5 o'clock could be early in the morning for somebody, technically speaking.
The weird thing that always just racks my brain as a what the fuckism is, I believe our Earth doesn't spin at a full 24. It's like 23 hours and 52 minutes. It's like just a little bit off. And I don't even know where I was going with that phrase, but somehow we still managed to have an apparent equal atomic clock despite not having the supposed accurate time. What is time exactly? The best joke I heard is, it's this thing that man made up to provide some false sense of organization. It's something like that. Which, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's getting into philosophy that my dumb brain can't understand. I only have a couple working brain cells, Karis. You know this by now. You have to accommodate me, or else you're ableist. And if you are, cool. We love ableists on this show. Can we get a round of applause for ableism? There we go.
Yeah.
Yes. Hell yeah, brother. Anyways, one of the big things I wanted to talk about, because obviously, if y'all been all paying attention, we've been playing a lot, and I've been a lot of No Man's Sky lately. For like the past week, we've been at it. I know Karis hasn't been streaming it, except for like once, but I've been streaming our little sessions, and man, we've been putting in the time. A whole lot of grinding, a whole lot of just fucking around. I'm shooting Skytex's dogs, and you know, it's a very good time.
He's making John Wick every other day, it seems.
Yeah, that's kind of my goal when I go into No Man's Sky. It's either piss off the AI or piss off Skytex. There's really no in between. I got to be doing one of them. But I don't know what it is about No Man's Sky. I can't see myself ever putting in that much grind time with Minecraft, because we you know, every time we ever played Minecraft, I just lose interest super fast, and I don't know why. Like, Minecraft, at least vanilla especially, has never really held my attention for all that long. Even though if you think about it, No Man's Sky is no different than Minecraft and what you're really spending your time doing. You're mining and you're crafting. What are you doing in No Man's Sky? You're mining and you're crafting.
But there's an extra layer. You're going into space. on a spaceship that you can now customize. Before it was just a spaceship you had to find and repair. Now you can customize the damn thing. You can go, that's the extra layer that adds on top of, because yeah, otherwise you take away space, it's still just Minecraft. Hell, it could be even Subnautica without water, depending on the planet. But yeah, it's still Minecraft at the end of the day, but it's got the best kind of gimmick: space.
Yeah, that definitely does help it. I would love to see. There probably already is by now. I haven't really looked, but I haven't looked to see if there is any kind of like, I guess, No Man's Sky-esque mod for Minecraft. Like if there's some kind of mod that allows you to go to other planets per se. There probably is, and if there is, I would love to maybe look into trying it. But
They already made it.
what's it called?
Well, so far I just found videos. I added No Man's Sky to Minecraft. It's from 2023. No Man's Sky reworked Minecraft mod packs from CurseForge.
Oh, so if somebody's already done it, of course. Why am I not? Wait, let me look that up. What was the video called?
It was I added No Man's Sky to Minecraft from Krata.
Look this up. I need to check this out for myself. Okay. I'm seeing. Wait, let me turn on the browser.
Yes.
There's my browser. Let's see here.
In this video, I've brought No Man's Sky into
Oh, he's
Minecraft
British.
expansion.
That's
One more
okay.
Data pack that adds space
Space exploration.
that get added, a bunch of new blocks.
Okay.
Tool stations, as well as
You gotta make a
that
spaceship.
is included-
All right.
Well, almost everything.
Well, how does it work?
I have enough fuel, so you need to go to the Nether to get some blaze powder.
Blaze
load the fuel
powder.
up and hit launch. You'll have a 10-second countdown.
Oh
which
jeez, it
you'll
actually
go into
takes off.
space. I'm gonna let the countdown keep going.
Yeah. Well, what actually happens when you get up into space? I need to see this.
And here we go.
Woo! Yeah.
Custom models, awesome animation, and you can see the exterior of the rocket ship. This data
That's
pack is
actually pretty
amazing,
impressive.
and this is
Now, how does it
just
transition to
the
space?
start.
Do you
This is
just go
the
into space, or is there some like
specific
small
tool
little
this data pack gets.
kind of
You can see we're
loading
flying up
animation or something?
into space.
There's got to be
And
loading.
this rocket ship will take us
There's
to
gotta
the
be
moon
some
initially. Here we go.
Other.
Here's the moon
Oh.
lander.
Yep,
Kind
there it is.
of like teleport you eventually.
Nice and gently onto the moon's surface.
Where's the-
We will be able to
Oh.
explore.
That makes. Oh my God! It's the lunar limb.
Now, the reason you go to the moon first, and the only
There you go.
reason you go to
Yep.
the moon with a rocket, is because you need to get a specific ore that exists on.
It's
the
close
moon.
enough.
And this is used to craft the
Oh, he just clicked
other
it before.
items, the new spaceship, and some.
Oh,
of the
okay. So you have to
stations
go to
in
the moon,
in order to
and then you have to
progress
craft
through the
another
data.
spaceship, which
You can
then
see
will
on
let you
the moon,
go
there are a bunch of different
to
things. This is a
I guess
molecular
other
falcon
planets. Oh,
for some
look,
reason.
Millennium Falcon. Of course there
But you
is.
can explore it. There's
Oh my
just
God,
so
of
you can
course.
grab all the
Of
tools,
course, there's the
Actually,
Millennium
grab
Falcon.
different resources.
That
and it's
actually
a
is
good
built pretty
way
damn
to
well.
Get some ship upgrades as well.
That's another thing.
Here, here's a perfect
Skytex
example.
and I
You
went
find
down
a
the
chest,
rabbit hole.
there's
After you and Scaly had taken off, we went down the rabbit hole of the Reddit of all the ships that people had made, and there's just so many
I haven't-
wacky things.
I
people
haven't been
made.
looking, so
That'll be a Reddit. We should probably go on top of the Reddit roulette. Just scroll. You don't even have to like go into.
what
them,
on the
just
main
scroll
on the
and just
main
see-
No Man's Sky subreddit, or is there like a specific subreddit just for ship builds?
It might be the main one. I'll double check
Well,
because it was like 3 in the morning.
this seems like a cool-ish mod. I don't know. I don't know if it'll still scratch the itch that No Man's Sky does. I don't know what it is about No Man's Sky. Why that game, I'm completely fine with just walking around aimlessly, like literally, like I think we spent the last stream farming these fucking radiant shards for not even gonna lie, 2 to 3 hours. You could just watch the stream. It was just me going from shard to shard, just doing that over and over and over again, so I can make over 10,000 nanites. I was just on the grind, and Skytex was too. We were trying to make as many nanites as we possibly could, and unless there's a better way to make nanites, that's a pretty damn good way to make them. So we were grinding because the game is very grindy. There's a lot of stuff that you have to have. You gotta have money. You gotta have certain resources. You gotta have nanites. You gotta have this. You gotta have that. It's a pretty grindy game, like most crafting based games are. So there's a lot of time where you're not gonna be doing all the things that you would see on, I don't know, on clips or something. You know, it's not one of those action-packed games where there's always going to be shit happening every 2 seconds. It's a very mundane, chill game where sometimes you're literally just going to be spending hours just walking around pointing your goddamn multi-tool at shit and watching numbers go up. Huh? Couldn't hear you there for a second. Did he fuck that up? Kara's messed something up. Kara's, hold it together. Ow, I can't, okay, ow. It's really hard to wear these blue light glasses with these headphones. I guess, huh? Nope, I heard you for a second. Kara's, come back to me. Kara's, come back to me. Ow. Damn, I was really trying to wear those damn blue light glasses, but it's kind of hard to wear them with headphones. I guess I can't. Damn. Now my eyes getting blasted with blue light. Yes. Now you're back.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened. You were mid-sentence and then you just went out.
Technical issues. Don't worry about it. It's just part of the TISM Thursday experience. Somebody's headphones are not turned on. Or somebody's headphones completely dies. It happens to all of us, it seems. But yeah, you're just spending a lot of time walking around doing much of nothing. So it's not a very action-packed game. Sometimes you have some bigger moments, but it's a very mundane game. But for some reason, I just keep playing it. I don't know why. I don't even know what my goals are. But to be fair, I haven't even touched but a piece of the game because there's a lot to do. There's obviously, as you know from the Voyager update, you can now build your own ships that your friends can ride along with you with for the first time. So now you don't have to have everybody riding in their own ship and going around from planet to planet. You can have all your buddies fucking just jump on the ship and go for a ride. You can even ride on top of the ship, as I found out. I don't think it's intended. It's probably a bug, but hey, it just works. 16 times the detail.
It just works. There is 16 times the detail. Everything that Todd Howard claimed is actually applying to No Man's Sky. It's amazing.
Yes. About both his other games and also when you put it in reference to Starfield. Unlike Starfield, No Man's Sky actually runs.
Yeah. I've been tempted to try Starfield. Tempted. I've not given in. I will then go and watch a video of someone, or I'll see a short of someone just running on a planet and they get so frustrated and they're running in just empty void of nothing. Like there's no creatures on some of these planets. It's just the planet. It's like, really? Like at least in No Man's Sky, I'll try running to some other area and I'll have creatures in front of me. I'll have natural auras and windstorms stop me. Like it's like golf. There's shit that gets in the way, but it's engaging. And I don't have a complaint about it.
Yeah, you would think with Starfield's approach where instead of doing procedurally generated planets, they have handcrafted planets. You would think with the handcrafted approach, every single planet would be entirely unique and have all kinds of things to see and do because they literally made it. They handcrafted everything. But no, there's not a lot to do. There's probably less you're going to see on Starfield's planets than you will on No Man's Sky. You really never know what you're going to run into on No Man's Sky. You might have some weird-ass creatures. You might have a super acidic planet. It might be cold as balls. It might be hot as balls with weird firestorms that go up to 600 degrees Fahrenheit. You might have random patches of like radiation clouds that just appear out of the heavens. There's ships warping in and out of like hyperspace into like flying over your head. You know, you got random buildings that spawn and there's a lot of little things going on. It might not be the most like handcrafted experience. And yes, over time you are going to start to see the like every planet is going to start to blend more together. But it actually means that when you do find that one planet that had like a very unique generation, then you're gonna be like, oh, because like while most planets will end up looking the same, you might run upon that one like very unique looking planet. Maybe it just has like that very perfect blend of different things that are characteristics. Like it has this vibrant sky, this luscious landscape with animals and all kinds of like little natural lakes and stuff. It's kind of like it's like a box of chocolates. You don't know what you're gonna get. You know the gist of what you're gonna get, but you don't know what you're truly gonna get.
Yeah, you're gonna throw out those damn cherry cordials into the trash, but you're gonna keep those nice truffles. You can hold on to those.
Yeah, every once in a while you'll find the truffle. You might find a bunch of just regular old chocolate, but when you do find that one truffle, you're like, oh hell yeah! I'm gonna save this plant. This is going on social media.
Oh,
so
yeah. There was that one we found the other. It was a couple days ago. You found it, and you told us all, and then we came. It had like gardens of the glow balls, the gravitino balls.
Oh, yeah.
Just like 10 to 15 in one sitting, and you're just like holding E and just like fucking Mario with a vacuum. No, it's Luigi with a vacuum, just sucking them all up, and then the Sentinels are getting pissed off. It's like, fuck you, Sentinel, I'm busy.
yeah, it was like every 10 feet there was just a whole mound of these damn gravitino balls. I don't even think the planet that we were mining, the Radiant Shards, had as many. I mean, they did have a lot because that planet was also very heavy in gravitino balls. But this planet in particular, this was like the main thing. Every 10 feet, just a whole fucking bundle of them. So see, that's kind of what you get with random procedural generation. Like I said, a lot of mundane planets, a lot of just rocks and nothingness. Some planets are literally dead, and there's nothing to really see. There's no real resources to be found. You're gonna run into a lot of those. Yeah, some don't even have fucking air. You do run into a lot of those. But if you bounce around enough and you look at enough planets, you're gonna find some pretty nice things to see. And if anything, they've made it more and more diverse over time by adding, fucking worms. All the time we ran into those fucking giant ass worms. They just
oh my god.
Yeah, they just fucking come jutting out of the fucking ground. They're like making that weird sound that pretty much rings all over the damn planet.
It reminds me, like the sound, it's like they wanted to make something from Dune, but knew that they couldn't for copyright reasons. And I was reminded after like a couple days, because my brain was on either storm crystals or the gravitino balls, that I landed on a planet, get out of my ship. This is obviously before I made a Corvette. I go like 20 feet away from my ship, and then I hear that, and I see this frickin' sandworm, and I'm angling the trajectory in my brain. I was like, oh, he's gonna crash right into my ship. Like, oh, goodbye, ship. No, he landed right fucking next to it and just rumbling around. Like,
well, to be fair,
I got in my ship. I fucking took off.
I had one go through the ship. It doesn't do any damage, luckily.
Oh,
that would be fucked. Imagine one of those fucking worms just tunnels up underneath your ship and like just instantly critically damages it. That would be fucked, man. I mean, I guess that would be a funny experience for like 2 seconds until you're like, fuck. And then you don't have no resources to actually fix the damn thing. Yeah, that would be kind of fucked. So I'm not really asking for some bullshit like that. I mean, we're playing on normal mode, aren't we? There's even a harder mode. I think it's survival.
We're not going to talk about that. I don't want to go into that. I don't even want to speculate on what that could be. Just like hardcore mode in Diablo, where you get a paper cut and you're gone from that game.
It's probably very similar to the survival mode that Fallout 4 later added, to where now eating and stuff is like an actual thing you need to worry about. Overusing too much psycho meds is something you need to worry about. I would imagine No Man's Sky probably would do something similar. Because to be fair, you don't really have to eat in No Man's Sky. All it does is
Not yet.
all it does is it just replenishes your health if you need it. But there's no real reason to eat.
I think they're gonna put something. The fact that there's an object that you could put in your Corvette that's like a meal hub. Either that was completely done for cosmetic reasons, or they're going to do a Subnautica route or a Fallout route where you're going to have to eat every so often. In which case, like, oh shit, now it's going to be like Planet Crafters, and I've got to keep water and food.
Hey,
And
stink
I've got to
bug.
have like,
Let me look this up.
Yes.
Let me see. No Man's Sky survival mode. Let's see what the difference is. Let's see. Anyone here play on survival mode? I enjoy a challenge because it makes the game more rewarding if the progress is a little slower. I'm wondering if No Man's Sky has a good balance of difficulty versus reward on survival mode. Might start tonight. In my opinion, survival is not worth it, as it only makes the first few hours harder. Then it's basically the same, except you lose more time grinding and managing your inventory. Plus, most of the people in communities are on normal, so if you want to play with others, it's better to do it on normal. Play survival for the reason normal is nice to chill and build, but survival is way more fun and immersive. Let's see. Resources like copper are actually way more rare. If you do find a spot, you will get less when mining, so you need to make choices on what to use your copper for. Speaking of, if you die, you lose everything in your main inventory, so upgrade your cargo, inventory, and exosuit as those spots are saved. You will not leave a grave mark, so the lost stuff is gone forever. So it's just kind of it's just a slightly harder mode. It doesn't say anything about having to eat or something. It's just, oh, you're going to get less resources, and if you die, everything in your suit is gone. Because right now, I believe the only way you lose things is if you die in your spaceship, you lose all the cargo currently in your starship, unless you can go and pick it up off your dead spot. But your exosuit inventory is not affected.
interesting. I missed the part because I was going through and reading the chat because SkyTex is bitching at you for not reading it. Apparently, you can add seats that you can sit in now, so it's like
Oh yeah, I
jump
read that.
space.
Yeah, I read that. I
That's
didn't
cool.
I didn't think that there was any seats that you could actually sit in, because that's one of the things that I noticed that I was kind of disappointed by the Voyagers update, is that it's cool that we can finally make our own ships, like which was the big feature for Starfield. That was the big thing that they advertised in their marketing, is like, look, you can make all kinds of ships, you can make whatever you want. Sky's the limits, fucking be creative as hell. And obviously that's always good for longevity, is allowing some customization, right? That's it happened with when they added base building to No Man's Sky, and you have people like my stepdad creating fucking nightclubs and shit, because you can go wild with it. And now you can do it with ships, and I would argue the ships are way more of a bigger deal, because bases are cool, but let's be honest, the only problem I have with base building is, like, I'm trying to think, what do you do with the bases? Because the whole point of the game is to be a nomad. You need to jump from system to system, planet to planet. The bases are kind of hard to want to put time into, because it's not like Minecraft where you're going to be coming back to your base all the time.
I think they put the option of the base in there as kind of just checking a box, because as you put, the point of the game is to go to planets, is to basically be the Enterprise and explore strange new worlds and seek out new life and all that fun shit. They knew they needed something to allow the player to build some sort of structure, but it wasn't really a necessity. It wasn't like Minecraft where you kind of need to build a fucking house to survive the night. But it's like they can just sit in their ship if they want. But hey, we've got this cool little like connecting like Lego system. Let's give them some options. You know, we can make some model, put some scripting in. They can make a base if they want, but it's not really necessary. It's like it's appeasing those who actually like to build bases, but not making a detriment and a punishment if you don't do that. And I think that was a good choice on their part.
Yeah, I
Just
guess
like,
I guess
if you want to stay in your system, stay in your system. But
I guess it's
very
better
much
to
the-
have the feature than to not have the feature. And they
Yeah.
do make it kind of easy to get back to your base. You can build like teleporters, and you can teleport to it at space stations. So, and I'm guessing that there's probably a bunch of like literal and metaphorical farming things that you can do in a base. So that's probably the main pull to having a base. But then again, then they added freighters that can then do things that your base previously did. So it does seem like over time, some of the features have become like, what's even the point of this feature anymore?
Yeah.
But it's cool to have it regardless. But the first thing I noticed that I have a problem with the new custom Corvettes is that there's not really anything you can do in the spaceships if you're tagging along your friends. Like you can use a refinery, you can use a nutrient processor. You can look at a mission radar. You can look out the window, I guess, or go bother the pilot. But other than that, there's not really a lot you can do inside the ship. There's not really a lot of interactables. Like they have beds and stuff, but there's no real interaction. There's no like little mini games you can play with people. Like we were saying, like there's like this table. It looks like it'd be perfect for like I don't know, a chess set or something. Like imagine you can just, sit down with another friend and play chess while your buddy is flying you guys to another planet or something. Just something dumb like that.
Probably down the road.
Yeah.
The most useful thing I can see right now is you mentioned the refiner, and we've got all kinds of these materials. Someone's got a list of, we need these materials. You jump in the cockpit. Skytex and I are working on refining whatever bullshit to make the thing that we need to make, while you're like warping us to the next system or the next planet. Like that's the multitasking that you can do in it. Otherwise, it's just like a convenience of collaboration, of just the fantastic idea that I'm in the same ship that Skytex is in, and it's not like the game isn't janky in a way that I don't feel like it's breaking the game. Like in the early days of Battlefield, there would be mods where you can make these big elaborate ships, kind of like the battleships, but they would be in like space. They weren't designed for that.
This is for Battlefield? Which Battlefield was this?
1942, Battlefield 1942, there was a mod called Galactic Conquest, which was a Star Wars mod. And there was the Hoth planet. And the mod team built the Millennium Falcon. It had 5 seats, including the pilot seat. Everything else was either a gunner or just a place to sit. And when that ship was flying, you better be in a seat, because otherwise your ass is going like inertia flipped up against the wall or clipped out of the ship. So it was very much like inconvenient to really be running around. And the same with some of these other ships. Like the ship would slowly turn and your character's like moving towards the edge of the brush model. So with this, like you can go in No Man's Sky, you can be going warp speed or whatever. And you just run around like nothing's happening. Like it's really nice that is a convenience that you are welcome to just.
So these modders just made Battlefront. That's all they did. They just made Battlefront. Was this before or after Battlefront 1 came out?
Let's see. Battlefront 1.
It's almost like they saw the future that DICE would make Battlefront 1 and 2 later on in life.
Galactic.
They sealed they kind of like put the idea in DICE's head back in the early days. Like, hey, here's a Star Wars mod, and then later on they're like, well, now we actually made a Battlefront game within the Battlefield engine. Although a much better Battlefield engine. Although they never quite did what you were describing. The one missed opportunity that I think Battlefront 2 never explored was what you're talking about, like multi-man ships, which I don't know why they didn't do, because they have the capabilities in the engine to have multi-man vehicles, because it's in Battlefield.
Yeah. So it was close. Star Wars Battlefront, first one, was released in 2004. The trailer for Galactic Conquest goes as far back as 2004.
Oh.
So, and they were very neck and neck with each other, but the whole mod, like brick, was using the battleship. which if you played 1942, you had a handful of positions on the battleship. You had the pilot's seat, you had like a handful of gunner. It's basically how it was in the frigates.
You actually manned the battleships in that old game?
Oh yeah.
They never carried that forward because like later on, battleships was just a scenery piece. Like you spawned on it, it had like a runway for the jets, but you never really controlled it. Except for, I guess technically, if you want to be technical, Battlefield 1 ended up doing that by having the behemoth massive fucking boat. I forgot what the destroyer, the massive destroyer behemoth in Battlefield 1. When we were playing, we never got to play one of those maps, but there's a couple of maps where you can get that as a behemoth instead of like the airship or the train.
Interesting.
We'll have to see if we can get you to experience that sometime. Do you have the DLCs in Battlefield 1? I don't think you have the
Probably
DLCs,
not.
do you? Oh no. I have EA Play, so I instantly get access, so that might be a problem. Because it's on one of the it's on what was it called? It wasn't Naval Strike, that was Battlefield 4. Turning Tides. It was in the Turning Tides DLC that they had they had like Gallipoli, Cape Hells and stuff like that, and they had like a bunch of like naval combat. So they had like this massive behemoth ship, and then they also had like smaller destroyer ships that had multiple gunner positions and stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the closest to that, but like you never controlled like an air carrier or something.
Oh yeah, you could control like what was it? It's not the Yorktown from that time. I don't recall a specific battleship name, but yeah, you could get in the pilot's seat and slowly move that son bitch across like Waco Island or whatever. Not Waco Island.
Waco Island. It's gonna explode. It's gonna explode.
Yeah, I'm drawing blank on my my Battlefield names, but the
Wake Island, you mean?
Is it Wake Island? Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
There was a battleship in Wake Island, and you could control that thing. You could drive it around. You could run it aground. Yeah, you could do some stuff with that. And so that model was essentially just like detextured and kind of rebuilt and retextured for Galactic Conquest and put into space.
Man, that's a missed opportunity for 2142. Because they had Titan Assault, but that's about that. They never went into space in 2142, and I feel like in the year 2142, I would think that'd be prime time for like some space combat. I would personally be okay with DICE doing another like futuristic 2142 style game. I know some people, a lot of people say no, Battlefield is rooted in World War II to modern combat. It's because apparently 2142 was not very popular back in days. It's one of the least popular Battlefield games, at least of the old era, pre-Frostbite era of Battlefield.
Yeah.
But I'm like, but it would be cool. I mean, yes, it would be Star Wars Battlefront at that point, but that's okay. Because it will be Battlefront without some of the weird shit, like you won't have to worry about fucking Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader trying to choke you out and shit. You know, so it's Battlefront with a little bit less of the bullshit to deal with. A little bit less. I would be okay with them doing that. I would imagine if instead of having dogfights on a planet surface, you're having space dogfights.
Yeah. That happened in Galactic Conquest. Redirecting them for a bit. I forgot Skytex was saying the point of the bases was to build bigger refiners and machines to make better stuff. Yeah, I never fucking did that. I did everything like in my frigate, or I just throw stuff onto the planet. I never put walls up. I was a lazy asshole.
Well, that's because you jumped on when they had frigates. Obviously, one of the first big additions to the game was base building, because that was one of the most requested things. Was like, well, we can't. Why is there no ability to like build a base and shit? Like, how are you gonna have this space exploration game and I can't even build a nice little hut or something to chillax in?
Let me build a bathroom. I've gotta go.
Yeah, I need a space shitter. Where's my and let me upgrade my space shitter so it can hold more shit. We could turn it into Ark Survival Evolved. where now
No!
yes,
No!
where you can pick dinosaur turds up and throw them at your friends.
You can do that? No, I'm not even gonna know.
Did you not know? Did you not know that literally I'm pretty sure the dung from like the dinosaurs was actually able to be interacted with. You could pick it up.
No, I never played it. I only ever installed it on someone's computer because their laptop didn't have a big enough hard drive.
Ran like shit.
So I literally gave them an external hard drive that was like 500 gigs or something like that, and it took up like 80% of the damn external. And I just watched them load it to make sure everything was running right. I said, "All right, there you go. I'm done." I never played it because they had like every mod, and they wanted to put every mod all at once. It's like, geez, what the hell is the point of this game?
The game already
yeah, I
ran
didn't
like
know that.
shit. Why would you do that?
I don't know.
It was one of the worst performing games back in the days, and it still is. I remember watching a video months back when whatever the sequel's called for Ark Survival Evolved. I don't remember what they called the second game, but they have another game, and it already runs like shit. But it turns out the game has frame generation and stuff forced on, and you don't even know that because it's not in the settings. Because they don't give you an option within the game menu itself to turn off frame generation. I think you have to go into like the INI file or something to turn it off. It's really bad.
Thanks, DLSS. Good job on lying to us.
Well, that's just the developers being fucking shady as fuck. How you gonna force that shit on? What kind of bullshit is that?
We've got good frames.
You know, it still runs like shit, even with frame generation on. So now it's got input latency through the roof, and it runs like shit, and it kind of looks weird because of the artifacting, because you have to have a really high frame rate for frame generation to look right. I think it's like bare minimum you need to have 60 frames, because anything below 60 you're gonna start getting weird artifacting. You need a high frame rate for the frame generation to even have something to work with. So it really fucked everything up. Anyways, that game sucked. And don't look at the Switch version. Oh my god, the Switch version of it. Oh my lord. Did they ever put No Man's Sky on the Switch?
I'm looking up right now.
I can't remember if they put the No Man's Sky on the Switch. They might have.
It apparently will. No Man's Sky is available on Switch 2 as a free upgrade. I don't know what that means. Featuring enhanced graphics, full multiplayer.
Oh, so that means
support,
that's telling me that it is on the Switch 1. They somehow got it running on the Switch 1. Don't know how. Good on them, I guess. Shit, if they can get it running on the Switch, they should get it running on a phone. Because that's what the Switch 1 was. Especially now for today's standards. Most phones, my phone's probably more powerful than a Switch 1. It has to be. So it's No Man's Sky mobile version. Let's get it going. Come on, they got Resident Evil natively running on, like, I think it's the iPhone 14 or something. Forget which phone it was, but let more people play it. That's all I'm saying. But circling back around, it's like, yeah, I think that's really the one thing that they really need to get into No Man's Sky is have more stuff to do inside the Corvette. It's cool to have the Corvette. It's cool to be able to roll around with your friends, but just add some more stuff to do inside. Because I'm literally just standing there waiting while Sky takes its fly. I'm just like, well, guess I'll just sit here and twiddle my thumbs. Because, I mean, what else am I going to fucking do? Finger my ass?
Jerk off, yes.
Yeah, jerk off. I mean, I don't really have anything else I can really do while somebody else is flying around. Another thing I kind of noticed that bothered me a little bit was there's no sounds. You don't hear like all the sound effects that the pilot would be hearing. Like, you're not hearing the engine. Really? You're not hearing like the sound of entering the atmosphere. You're kind of like isolated. I don't know why that bothers me. I'm a sound person.
I hear some sound. A lot of the sounds are missing. I hear the warp. I call it like there's the film
the pulse engine. Talking about the pulse engine.
The pulse engine. Yeah, I hear that thing swooshing through, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't hear everything else though. You don't even hear like the if it's raining on the planet, you don't hear like the rain hitting the hitting the outside of the ship. So not only is there nothing to do, but you don't even have no like things you can listen to. So I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Difficult to... So yeah, that's just soundscape entities tied to whoever's in the pilot seat. And if there's rain, it's activating the sound. That's not like there's nothing that's tying that to whoever has their feet on the ground in the body of the ship.
That's how I figured out that being on top of the ship was definitely not intended, because when you're on when you're riding up on top of the ship, you also do not hear anything. So that's how like that's where I'm like, oh, okay, so this is definitely a bug and something where I guess they didn't technically make the floor of the different pieces actually the floor. The entire piece of the ship is a floor or whatever. So therefore, it makes it to where I can do things like riding on top of the ship where my life support systems and stuff are not being affected. But if I fly up and detach from the ship, now all of a sudden it treats it like I'm actually on the planet. It's very weird. I don't know if I want them to fix it or not, because on one end, I'm kind of like, I think it's kind of funny that you can ride on the ship. But I can also recognize that it's not really intended.
Yeah. It's not a game-breaking bug, so they're probably going to work on other stuff until then.
Yeah, it's just like, it makes me go back to like, because like I said, you know, my title is inspired by the Internet Historian's video, which is this one right here, The Engoodening of No Man's Sky, which came out 5 years ago at this point. Very good fucking video, as pretty much all of Internet Historian's videos are. But this one was particularly good, but that was 5 years ago. A lot of things have changed in just 5 years since he made this video, right? And this whole video was about, like, you know, the disastrous launch, and then Sean and his entire team locking in and trying to fix the game and adding as many free updates as they had by the time that this video came out. And they've done exactly the same thing in the past 5 years that they did in those first 5 years. Or whatever. So, what was I gonna say?
Also, welcome, Wade.
It just, trying to think. It makes me wonder, still to this day, I don't think we've ever gotten any real confirmation on exactly what happened that led to the disastrous launch, or I guess misleading marketing that the game had and all those things. Because when I look at all those interviews, Sean Murray doesn't look like some kind of con artist. He doesn't seem to me like a guy who intentionally wanted to lie to people. So it always makes me wonder, like, what happened with Hello Games and Sony and the whole game in general that caused what happened at launch to happen? Like, was it that? Because if you notice, I could be wrong, but on all the interviews I saw, it seemed like it was always the interviewer asking, "Hey, is this in the game? Hey, is this in the game?" And then Sean having like this very like awkward response, being like, "Maybe, kinda." I never remember him ever saying like, "Oh yeah, we have this in the game, we have this in the game, we have this in the game." It was always more like the interview first probed, and he kind of like didn't want to say. It almost felt like he didn't want to say no, but why didn't he want to say no? Because like when he was asked like, "Is there can you play with your friends?" He could have just said no. It's not multiplayer, at least not yet. He could have just said no to all these things, but he kind of like would wave it off or like not give like a definitive answer.
I think because I'm looking up I have the wiki in front. What I think happened is you had an indie developer, because it was apparently self-published. You have an indie developer
with help from Sony, but yes.
When were they?
Were they? I don't know if Sony was I think they were the publisher. I think they technically were the publisher. It was because it was very much a part of like Sony's ongoing like marketing at the time.
Interesting. Okay.
I think it's on every
Well,
platform now, but I think they had some kind of like maybe limited time contract or something with Sony. I'm sure maybe Sony provided some funding, so I can imagine a game like this is not cheap to make. I don't think any indie game could pull off making No Man's Sky with a indie budget. Cause just look at No Man's Sky took a lot of time to, because it's a custom engine and everything.
Well, that's these developers were doing something that at the time hadn't really been done the way it was being presented. And if what you're saying
Still
is
hasn't
true,
really.
still hasn't really. People have tried. Star Citizen. Um, if Sony had a hand in this, then that tells me right there was a deadline. There was a deadline that no matter where they were, they needed to release this because they needed to start making money. If Sony wasn't involved and they just did a gamble of, hey, let's just kind of like bullshit our way through this, then you barely fucking survived as a developer, and you probably should have been hanged.
But there's
Star Trek Picard references.
I think what also happened was I don't believe that they quite anticipated the amount of coverage the game was going to get in the first place. Because they probably figured, oh, we're going to, because I think they got showed at like a Sony showcase. They probably thought, oh, some people are going to put their eyes on our project. They're going to think it's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe some niche like space game enthusiasts might want to play it, kind of like Elite Dangerous. Because, Elite Dangerous is not a very massive game in terms of like its fan base. It's more of a niche game. It's like Arma or something, It's got its cult following.
It's got its audience.
Yeah, it's got its cult following, but it's not like a game that massively went viral. No Man's Sky went almost immediately viral because people were like, wait, so you're telling me a space game where I can just literally explore the universe endlessly with endlessly procedurally generated planets that look this cool? And then and then all of a sudden they went from like, okay, we have a cool project, maybe we'll get some eyes on it, to now everybody is talking about No Man's Sky. Every publication is talking about it. YouTubers are talking about it. And now they're like, oh, shit. Oh, no. And then people started, and like I said, the interviewers were the ones that kept bringing up stuff about like, is there multiplayer? Can you grief your friends? Can you do this? Can you do that? And he probably knew that at least at launch. I don't know what their long-term plans were, if they even had any long-term plans for No Man's Sky, to be fair. It's hard to say. There's always like a big what if. But they might not even have had plans at that point to have multiplayer and stuff. But they never advertised that in those initial trailers. They talked about the procedural generation. They talked about being able to explore planets. But they never talked about, oh, there's going to be multiplayer. You can meet up with your friends. You can build bases. They never said any of this in the marketing. They were very clear about what the game was, at least at first. They were a little bit vague, but they were probably vague for good reason. But then it went viral. And now everybody is bringing Sean Murray on, interviewing him, asking him questions. And now they're asking, does it have this? Does it have that? Yep. And for whatever reason, Sean didn't want to just shut them down. Whether because now he was kind of like in the crosshairs and he knew if he said no, that people were going to like write his game off. Yeah, they would write his game off entirely. Because like if they ask, oh, can you play with your friends? And he says no, that's probably instant drop in sales. Even though, so it sounds like he could have been trying to be misleading, but at the same time, it's like, is it the interviewer's fault for bringing up the question, or is it his fault for just not shutting it down as immediately as the question was asked?
Both. Because the big thing before I go on, Ashoka the Cat says, I think Lethal Company is simpler.
It's not even the same game.
No, it's not really the same game. There's the illusion of space, but the better is a matter of opinion. Lethal Company is very simple. You have like one task, whereas No Man's Sky, like you can juggle so many tasks. But going back to Sean Murray, I think it was both his fault and the interviewers, because the marketing had like a scope of things to talk about, and then probably just outside of the curtain, all these ideas during development that they probably wish they could have do, like multiplayer, like all the other stuff, the building the ships. Those are probably things written on a wall, a chalkboard somewhere, but they didn't have the coding, the time, the money, the personnel. They knew they couldn't do those at the time of development. And so they weren't going to talk about them, but people being clever and wanting things that are cool because, ooh, this is a nice awesome thing, it tickles my no I'm going to ask about it. And Sean, knowing probably that that's written on a fucking wall somewhere, multiplayer question mark, is like, he didn't want to say, this is the thing that salesmen do when they get the customer all excited for the product, and the customer asks, can it do this, can it do that, and they don't really know that it doesn't do that, but they can't fully say that it can, so they're just going to like weasel a way of forcing the customer to agree that they did say it. It's very clever.
It just makes me think of fucking. Here comes another SpongeBob reference. You gotta fill my quota. It makes me think of the chocolate episode where they learn that they have to do a little bit of lying to sell their chocolate, and they're like, it'll make you fall in love. You'll grow hair. Yeah, you'll live forever. Chocolate. He'll solve the wage gap. No, that's Rip Wallet. Rip-wallet.com, boys. Go there now. But it just makes me think of that. But it's like there's just like this random what if in my head. Because on one front, he should have just shut it down instantly. But let's also think about the possibility, what if he did shut it down? As a result, that obviously would have probably led to far less sales. And then from far less sales, it makes you think, okay, if that would have happened, would we have ever gotten to where we are now with No Man's Sky? Or would it have launched? It would have been seen as a mediocre game. People would have, since there was no controversy, nobody would have talked about it other than like, oh, here's this game. It barely has any features. And then everybody moves on. The game barely makes any money. It doesn't get any controversy, but it doesn't make any money. So then it's hard. It probably would have never gotten almost a decade of free updates to get to the point where it is today. So it's like this double-edged sword. It got laden with controversy. Sean Murray and his team got a bunch of shit, but at the same time, if they didn't, then we probably wouldn't have No Man's Sky as we do today. It probably would just came out, flopped, and then just kind of just faded into the ether of many other disappointing, mediocre games.
This, as weird as it is, this is the phenomenon of, unfortunately, begging for forgiveness as opposed to asking for permission. In asking for permission, Sean Murray wasn't forthcoming. He got called out. He got caught with his pants down. He apologized. He fixed the problem. For some reason, with human brain, we tend to allow that more. We're more forgiving of the person when we catch them doing it, rather than if they brought it to us to begin with, we would have stopped it. Like it's a play on psychology. And I think Sean, without wanting to be the asshole, like when you pointed out, there was those moments of he's teetering back and forth. Does he shut it down or does he let it go? He let it go. He let the ball roll. He played the card of, I'm going to beg for forgiveness. That's what I have to do. That's how I've got to.
Well, I think it also comes when you consider his backstory. He was not. It doesn't seem like I don't know. He doesn't look like he has the minds of a salesman or even a CEO as he is now. Like I said, he was a lead programmer at Criterion Games at one point, working on Burnout. He was a programmer. He was just a nerd on the computer writing code. Now all of a sudden he's the CEO. He's the face of a company. And then you add that on with the massive amount of virality that No Man's Sky got after its reveal trailer. And now he's like, oh, I was not trained to deal with this. Our previous games never were this viral. Like they had like, was it Joe Danger or whatever, some mobile game or whatever was one of their previous successes. He was never trained to deal with this level of eyes on him because he was either the guy in the chair and other people handled that, like at Criterion. Obviously, nobody interviewed Sean Murray when he was at Criterion. They're talking to EA, they're talking to Alex Ward or Fiona Sperry, because those are the head people. He's just a nerd in a chair. And nobody really talked to him before because his games weren't viral. Now, all of a sudden, now he has to talk. Now he has to stop being a nerd in the chair and get out there and talk. It doesn't seem like he's very good at doing that. He cracks under the pressure. You can see all of his nervous laughter as they're asking these things. And he's like, I don't know how I should respond. Should I say no? I don't want to say no. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in this situation. I'm not a PR guy.
He's learning by pain.
Trial by fire. He got trial by fire, basically.
Well, that's the common one, but in the industry that I work in, it's learning by pain. You're gonna feel the pain and you're gonna learn. Trial by fire. Yeah, I don't know what sort of fire was lit under him, but something was like. People probably went to him and was like, why didn't you, like, you oversold the game, man. Like, we can't deliver. Someone went to him and privately and said, you have oversold this in a way that we can't deliver. Like, this is going to come back to bite us. Someone had that conversation with him. But here we are 5+ years later.
Almost a decade later. You forget the game came out in 2016. It's almost 2026. We're coming up on a decade. It's been 5 years since this video. By the internet historian.
And Star Citizen is over 12 years in development and has
barely a working prototype. It's just a tech demo. It's like, why didn't they just release No Man's Sky as an early access title? Because it was basically an early access title. It had a good premise, it had a good foundation, but they just needed more. They needed more budget and time. Because here's where I'll give them credit. I can obviously understand that making a multiplayer No Man's Sky probably is extremely expensive. Think about that. They're already having to spend a lot on the servers and all the technology that runs No Man's Sky under the hood. Now you want to make it multiplayer? Now you have to actually have players being synced on the server? We already know that we have some issues with the multiplayer sometimes, where we're warping in and out of each other's systems. We're in each other's systems, but we can't see each other. It's like desyncing. It works for the most part, but there's a little bit of jank in there. Because that kind of stuff is very expensive to run. So I can understand that probably that was far outside their scope. If they would have just made an early access title, they could have done like every other title does. Like, hey, here's our stretch goals. We reach this, multiplayer. We reach this, custom freighters. We reach this, because obviously adding all these features costs more and more time and development, right? So I don't know why they didn't just do that. Instead, they wanted to deliver a, air quotes, full product right off the rip. But we obviously know it wasn't a full product. It was a very ambitious early access tech demo, I guess, concept that needed more time in the oven.
The only thing I can think of is they didn't consider early access because, let's see, you mentioned 2016. Steam's early access only launched in 2013, and I can only think that they looked at that and... What's that?
Daisy. Daisy's one of the most notorious of early access games. that game barely fucking worked at launch. Ugh. Right?
They probably looked at that and said, we don't want to have that reputation, so we're not going to do that.
Yeah, but
it would have worked in their favor, obviously, but maybe they were looking at reputation. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it would have recontextualized, because then when people say, oh, you scammed us out of $60, then he could have been like, but it's an early access game. You know what you're getting yourself into. That it's going to take time to finish it.
Jank makes me spank.
I don't know, whatever that means. But if they would have just made it early access, then they wouldn't have gotten as much shit as they did. People would have probably been like, hey, I don't know if you should, because with most early access titles, people are like, I don't know if you should buy this, because there's also a negative connotation around early access games. A lot of them either take forever to be finished, or they just never finished in the first place.
Starbound.
DayZ took, I don't even know how long to hit 1.0. It was basically a fucking, it was the definition of early access. Like the DayZ standalone, when it first came out, it was barely functional. Like the bare, when I tell you the bare bones of DayZ was there on its standalone release, I mean like the bare bones of the game was there. It was, not only was it missing many things that the DayZ mod had, it barely fucking functioned on a technical level. You're climbing ladders, you're breaking your leg. You're jumping 1 inch off the ground, dying instantly. Like,
Yes.
like nothing,
Realism.
barely anything in the game works. There's barely any content. It took many years to where now DayZ is a full-fledged game. It has multiple official maps in the game. It has many of the systems that people expect from a game like this. It has full community mod support where you have modded servers. You know, you have your PvP servers, you have your servers with all kinds of insane shit, more hardcore servers, complete custom modded maps. It's much different than when it released, right? I don't even think No Man's Sky was in that bad of a state, but they probably didn't want to associate themselves with what early access usually entails. But at the same time, they still would have avoided at least the majority of the criticism, because most people's criticism was, you charged us $60 and you gave us early access.
Yeah, No Man's Sky was essentially, I don't remember what Far Cry game it was. It was like 2 or 3, where there was the E3 demo, which was lush and full of life, and then there was the actual release, which was more like a vertical slice.
Are you sure you're not thinking of? Are you sure you're not thinking of Watch_Dogs? Because all the Far Cry games were pretty much what they were supposed to be.
Well, there was Watch Dogs, but there was one Far Cry game that I heard got a lot of flack because the demo showed a lot of jungle, but then when the actual game came out at the time, they stripped a lot of that back for optimization purposes.
I don't remember
which one it was.
The only one that I know that was very much in the jungle was Far Cry 3.
Maybe it was 3.
Yeah, that's the most iconic one. That's the one with Voss and whatnot in there.
Okay.
But that game had a lot of forest. I would say that game. I mean, I didn't really watch anything about Far Cry 3 before buying it back in these days. I just kind of bought games, maybe based on one trailer. Like I bought Assassin's Creed Brotherhood because I saw one trailer that made it look cool. I never played an Assassin's Creed game, so I was just like, "Oh, that looks cool. Hey, mom, buy it for me." Then she bought it for like, I think it was around my birthday or something, and she bought it for me. So
that was a good one.
Yeah, that I mean, I made a good call. Thank fucking God. But it's just weird because, like I said, if it wasn't for the blunder, it probably wouldn't have ever gotten updates. We've gotten 10 years of free updates. Not one microtransaction. Not one. Nothing. There's nothing you can buy in the game. There's no premium currency. There's no cosmetics you can buy. There's no ships you can buy. There's no skins. There's no nothing. It's just buy the game, and every once in a blue moon will pop up out of nowhere with a massive fucking expansion to the game that you can just play. You can download and play. No additional cost, no season pass, no nothing, no Sky Pass or whatever the fuck. There's nothing.
Sky Pass, that'll be a thing, yeah.
And I'm sitting here like, how much money did they fucking make? Or how are they able to keep funding this game? 10 years? What other game has done 10 years of free updates? I can't think of any game other than early access games. But that's obvious because that's what you expect. An early access game is supposed to be developing over time. But like, what full-fledged game has ever gone 10 years of free updates with no microtransactions?
In this day and age, yeah. Maybe in the late 90s, early 2000s, that would have been the norm, because internet downloads, like you put the damn thing on the disc and sell it. That's how you made your money. But
Yep.
yeah, this thing.
Yeah, but
I'm
those
trying to.
those
I'm looking
game
at
those games didn't come out with like free updates for a decade. You would have to buy like an expansion that you would buy on like a floppy or something.
Yeah.
Like they didn't even
Yeah.
they could have gone the World of Warcraft type of thing and did like massive expansions. Like all these massive expansions that they've done for No Man's Sky, they could have done some kind of paid thing, but they didn't. They're just like, okay, here you go. Like, what is this? Oh, you have completely new gameplay systems added, and it's free. All you gotta do is buy the game, or if you already have it, just boot it up, and here you go. All this content.
The only thing I can think of, because I'm looking at it, is a private company, cash injection. People, you've got millionaires probably reaching out saying, "Hey, I like what you're doing. Let me give you 100 million or some shit like that. Put me on the board of whatever." And because it's private, they don't have to announce this stuff.
Yeah, but
That's that. Aside from the, let's see, yeah, the revenue. Let's see, where's their total equity? 136 million. What is that? Pounds? Euros? They're not even $1 billion company. They have just over $100 million. They have 45 employees. They're getting cash infusions from somewhere, from someone.
But how are they getting a return on that? How are these people just have to be donating money? Because there's no return on investment. The game has no other revenue stream other than buy the game. That's the only revenue stream. Or and for some people, you don't even have to buy the game. It's on Game Pass.
Dividends. So there's probably a dividend system set up where every so many purchases, whoever's investing in it, they get a percentage of that. Because, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's not enough money to be made. Well, the fact that they're private, that probably means they can keep a lot of stuff small. They've got 45 employees, so they're not wasting a bunch of cash on stuff. This company is fucking rare, because if this were an EA owned company, oh boy, this would be.
Let's take 45,000. I mean, 45 employees. Let's just say that each employee was making 60 grand a year, right? That would be like what, over $600,000 a year in just operating cost,
At least.
and that's being generous. Who knows how much each of these developers make?
Because typically you take someone's wage, their hourly rate, and then you add on 160% for whatever benefits and whatnot that you decide to have.
Also, they're in Europe, so they have a lot of taxes.
Yes. There's an invisible cash injection that has to be happening, because, like you mentioned, this is on Game Pass. Game Pass is a failure for if you want to make money off of your game. Like, you're not going to do that. It's not. The fact that it's still going is quite surprising to me.
Yeah, I don't know how.
I
don't know how they'd be making money off of that either. I don't know how Game Pass revenue stream works. Somebody has probably explained the back door of how that shit works. But it's not even like they can put it on Game Pass as like an avenue to be like, okay, well, they get into the game for a low price of just their Game Pass subscription, but then they spend money on microtransactions. Once again, there is no microtransactions. There is none. You buy the game. That's it. There's nothing. There's nothing else to spend once you have the game. So it's not even like they can be like, okay, get it on Game Pass, and then we can get them in the door, and then we can start raking in the cash. But that doesn't even work with this game. They do have other games, Skytex, but like it's nothing to write home about. I've never even heard of their other games. That's how like inconsequential they are. Not that they're bad, but they're not going viral. They're not No Man's Sky. I mean, I know that some studios have done that where they use smaller projects to fund some bigger project, right? But like, I can't imagine that they are coming out with enough smaller games to be able to offset the cost that No Man's Sky has to cost. With now having multiplayer, so they're having to deal with a bunch of server infrastructure and things, and once again having these massive updates completely for free. Things that completely overall how the entire game works.
There's something going on. Maybe with 100+ million pounds, you invest that shit into the right stocks, the right dividends, you're going to be making bank. You're going to get a lot of just cash flow just coming in. So, I mean, maybe they manage their money super fucking well. Whereas a lot of these other companies evidently haven't. Like, who is the maker of Myst? Cian? I can't remember. I think it's Cian. They had to start doing layoffs because their cash infusions started drying up, and they weren't making any money off of their Myst remakes and sequels and whatnot. So they had to start laying people off. Maybe their Hello Games is just really good at managing their money.
Maybe there's gotta be some fucking secret sauce. You notice that I don't think Sean Murray has done any other notable interviews since those initial rounds of interviews for No Man's Sky. Maybe it's like he learned his lesson. He's like, you know what? I'm not getting in front of an audience no more. I'm just gonna like bury my head into my desk, into my work, and we're just gonna work. That's my entire existence. I'm just gonna work. Because Internet Historian goes over this in his video where he talks about how after the initial fallout of the game, they basically buried their head in the sand. They stopped like posting on social media. Like they basically fell off the face of the earth. People thought that they were taking the money and running. But in actuality, they were just working their fucking tails off to get update after update, bug fix after bug fix. And they were just working their absolute ass off. They just said, no more talking. It's time to work. Like Sean's like, I spent way too much time talking to these journalists. It's time to just go back to what I do best. Work.
Yeah, it was the best decision.
I guess it's worked out because No Man's Sky is almost unrecognizable from what it was 10 years ago.
I'm going to laugh if it turns out one of these guys is secretly like a massive millionaire from the Bitcoin craze when it first started. They bought like 500 Bitcoins and then just sat on them and forgot about them for years. And then suddenly, oh, I have millions and millions of dollars. What should I do with it? Here you go. Hello Games.
I love when I see comments to this day that are still like, oh no, still fuck that game. They lied to us at launch, so I will never ever forgive them. I'm like, all right, calm down. Yes, they screwed the fucking pooch. All right, they really fucking dropped the ball, right? But what other game has ever done what No Man's Sky has done? 10 years almost of free updates, no monetization, no any anti-consumer stuff that we usually see from modern games has even found its way into No Man's Sky to this day. None of the modern stuff that we expect from every game has made it into No Man's Sky. And they still continue to keep providing free updates. And it seems like that's not fucking stopping, as they made a hot fix for Voyagers very shortly after Voyagers came out. So they are continuing to add and add and add. What other game has ever done such a thing? Especially any game that also screwed the pooch. Because there's been a lot of games that screwed the pooch, but they didn't provide 10 years of free updates after they did. They might have fixed some problems or whatever. Like Battlefield had multiple times where they had to completely overhaul things, but they didn't do 10 years. Like 2042, do we get 10 years of updates? No, you got like 2 years of updates, and then they just stopped. They said, nope, we're done. We're working on the next game. We're shifting all development. They did the bare minimum with making the game work. Same thing with Battlefield 4. Battlefield 4 was their best example, but that still was like maybe 3 years of updates or so. They did. I will say that they did have updates for Battlefield 4 almost up until the release of Battlefield 1, But they still didn't do 10 years of updates.
2042 was slated for 2 years, and then I heard somewhere that it was surprising that they had continued for like 5 years. They did like 5 seasons or something like that, and it blew people's minds away. It's like, wait, you've gone beyond the time frame that you said you were. Why are you still doing this? And they kept doing shit. And then it was around the time that 6 was talked about, that they're like, yeah, okay, we're done with 2042. We've squeezed as much out as we can. There's nothing left to do with the game. We've fixed as much, and so we're going up. But
we're just moving on to the next game.
It started 2 years, but then they kept going beyond that for whatever reason. No one asked them to. They're just like, oh, we've got more shit to release. Here you go. What?
Yeah, there was
yeah, that's 5 years, not 10.
I'm trying to think of this other game. I just had them on mind. There was another game that completely had to overhaul or do like updates to its game. God, what was it? I'm trying to think. It's on the tip of my fucking tongue.
ChatGPT.
I don't even think ChatGPT would be able to read my mind on this one. I just had it, but I didn't want to interrupt, so I fucking was like, okay, I'll put a pin in that. Now I can't think of it. There was another game. I'm trying to think that what was it? Fuck. I'm gonna eventually think of it. It's another game that also like kind of didn't really stick the landing at first, and then had to come back around and kind of fix things and right the ship.
Subnautica started as early access, and it's done a lot of updates over the years, and that's another one that I think they just gave stuff away for free. And they kept building and building. They came out with a mobile app version, although that's recently. But yeah, they did their expansion / sequel Below Zero, which I don't think people were impressed with that. But that's one that I think went through the process that you were saying that Hello should have done, which is early access, then they built it to near completion, then release it and make even more money.
Well, it makes me wonder if I don't know if No Man's Sky was ever supposed to be this expansive. I think that's the thing. I don't think they ever really intended for No Man's Sky probably to be the game that it is today. They were probably more so just trying to make a little space game. They're trying to see if they could pull off making a game with an endless universe with procedurally generated planets that just goes on and on and on. They weren't really trying to make the next big survival game that has a bunch of different gameplay systems, that become Star Citizen, X, Elite Dangerous, X, Minecraft. And only because of the overwhelming hype that they got, that the game became not only viral, but now, after they screwed the pooch, now they feel the need to try to, I guess, to this day, still live up to the hype that...
They've succeeded, and they're doing things that other games promised to do, but failed.
Oh, now I think of the game. People will sit there and defend. To this day, people will say like, "Oh, Cyberpunk 2077 is such a good game." I'm like, do we forget what Cyberpunk 2077 started out as? And I give less leeway to fucking CD Projekt Red. They've made amazing games. They proved themselves time in and time out. They promised us that we were going to get a game that was ready, and it was going to come out when it's ready. And then it comes out, it's missing a bunch of things. A lot of things are jank. A lot of things don't work. The console versions are an absolute piece of dog shit and barely run. And it took until the whatever that big expansion was before...
Yeah, I don't remember.
Before they finally, lived up to what Cyberpunk 2077 was supposed to be. And now people are like, oh yeah, man, you gotta play Cyberpunk, it's so good now. I'm like, but some of y'all are giving fucking No Man's Sky shit. Yeah, but they're a small indie studio. I can give them more grace than I'm gonna give CD Projekt Red, because there was no reason for CD Projekt Red to fuck up the way that they did. And their game is not that ambitious. Well, okay, I don't want to say that Cyberpunk 2077 isn't ambitious, but let's just not split hairs here. Cyberpunk 2077 is really not that new of a game concept. It's an open
it's not.
world first person shooter with
No, it's not even that. It's not. It's Grand Theft fucking Auto.
basically.
See, I've spent years thinking about this. You brought up two great examples. Let's put CDPR and Hello Games side by side. They both started in indie roots. Hello Games tripped out of the fucking door and made an ass of themselves and have spent the next several years trying to repair that damage. And for some people to this day, they still can't. CDPR started as a fucking like translation company for Poland, translating movies, and then transitioned into making video games. They did the Witcher series. I don't remember what other games, but they built their reputation up and became one of the most beloved. Oh, CDPR can do no wrong. They used that reputation to sell Cyberpunk, and they willingly fucking lied to everyone. They knew that people were going to suck their dicks, and they sold this game for years and years and years, and they knew that no one was going to question it. And they had all the marketing, and then they released it, and people got upset, but they were still there's still this weird cult-like forgivingness of CDPR because they want to forget, they want to love CDPR, but for some reason, again, it's Hello Games didn't build that reputation up from the beginning. They stumbled out and fell on the fucking rake. But they both started as indie. CDPR, see, I hold more of a grudge against CDPR because they had the reputation, they knew what they were doing, and they chose to say, let's withhold information. Let's willingly release this as a piece of shit on the PS4 and not say anything about it. And we'll beg for forgiveness later. Hello Games, like you put it, Sean Murray, he didn't have the fucking experience. He didn't know how to talk in front of people. CDPR knew how to talk in front of people. They knew what they were doing. But as you pointed out, people forgive Cyberpunk. And I look at these two, it's like, there's some favoritism here. There's some double standard. There's some selective outrage because, well, people want to forgive what they want to forgive. If they want to have a cult for Cyberpunk, let them. But Cyberpunk is just Grand Theft Auto with machines.
Yep, it's really not that out there of a game concept. It's been done time and time again. Yes, they have a very unique world that they built based on the tabletop Cyberpunk world and stuff. Like they have that going for them. But the game concept itself is not something that hasn't been done before. Maybe not to this extent. Maybe other games don't have quite the storytelling expertise as CD Projekt Red does, because they definitely have that going for them. They have the tech, they have the graphics, they have all of that. They have the character and the world building. They have their thing that they're good at, and they still are very good at that. But the concept itself is just a first-person shooter, open world. You can get up to antics or side quests. It's not that different. No Man's Sky, for the most part, is not something that's ever really been done before and still hasn't been done. What other game can you think of that has not only is it a space exploration game, but a game where you seamlessly, I might add, go enter planets, and there is a just infinite quadrillion number of planets to visit that are all procedurally generated with multitudes of factors for all the different planets. And now with all of its updates, now it's also it has base building ships, freighters, crews. There is 3 I guess main storylines. Then there's leveling up guilds. There's fucking missions in the Anomaly. There's missions now with the Voyager update that the whole crew can do. What other game is that ambitious? Cyberpunk, I would not say was that ambitious.
No.
Other than, portraying this really cool world that was written by whoever wrote the Cyberpunk universe. I don't remember who. But other than that, I wouldn't say Cyberpunk was that ambitious. No Man's Sky was. So they really didn't have no reason that they flubbed this so hard. Because they have the expertise, they have the technology, They have their fucking proprietary Red engine, although now they're using Unreal Engine because of course they are. But they had all the technology, they had the expertise, they had the fanfare, they had everything working for them, and they still fucked it up. And it took them until basically Phantom Liberty to get all the little nits and bits kind of trimmed and fixed, and get it to being a more comparable and competent product.
They bit off more than they could chew. They wanted to be.
They should just fucking. They should just delayed it.
Investors.
Didn't they even say in their marketing it's coming when it's ready? Wasn't that one of their main things? I'm pretty sure that was them that said coming out when it's ready or something like that.
That was Mirror's Edge 2. Then the trailer for the second Mirror's Edge. I remember this because I was very excited for that. Maybe Cyberpunk had it, but for Mirror's Edge, it had like this cinematic shot of the main character. I can't remember her name.
Faith.
She runs through, Faith. She runs through, does this thing, and then it like does the fanfare of the music coming out when it's done. And I'm like, holy shit, that's ballsy.
Well, I don't even remember DICE doing that. That's very ballsy coming from DICE, because we know that they never wait until it's ready. Stop lying to us, DICE. Almost every game you've ever released wasn't ready. Let's just be fair here. Everything that DICE ever puts out is always buggy and unfinished. Like, you can try, like, hell, I've even heard stories that even the old Battlefield games were not known for being the best when they first came out. Like, DICE is not known for it's almost like they've set our expectations so low, which maybe that's a good thing that our expectations are so low at this point. Like, we know what to expect by now. When DICE comes out with a game, that we're just gonna be like, okay, it's probably gonna have a decent foundation, but it's gonna have bugs, it's gonna have technical problems, because that's just how DICE is. Every Battlefield game is the same, and it's always been the same. But Cyberpunk, in CD Projekt Red, their whole thing was like, we're gonna wait until it is really ready. Like, we're gonna put it in the oven for the full time that it says on the instructions. We're not gonna pull it out a minute earlier, and then they put the game out before the timer went off.
I just looked up I'm surprised this is still a thing. You can look up the patch history for Battlefield 1942, patch 1.1, all the stuff that they did back with like the XP era and the Win 2000, like all that stuff that they did. It's like, this is stuff post-launch that they were doing. Which, a side note, I don't like the way that developers do patches these days. Team Fortress 2 started doing this shit along with a handful of phantom updates, where you drop an update but you don't actually list what the fuck you're doing because reasons. This is back when you had to download the patch, so you had to give a full-on changelog of what the fuck you were putting in there for the most part. And I just noticed that I miss those days when you could actually see everything that was happening. Instead, now it's just significant bug fixes because we're too fucking lazy to do stuff.
Yeah, some developers are better than others when it comes to actually listing things out. Now, I guess you could argue most people are not really going to read all those little intricate, like, oh, we fixed an exploit where bobbity blah blah blah, this one specific scenario would cause this to happen and then this to happen, and then before you know it, you have a finger shoved up your ass and it's poking and prodding you. It's like, oh wait, well, actually don't thank you for fixing that bug. I like that bug. Fuck you. But most people don't really read that. I kind of glaze over when I start reading the bug fix section of like No Man's Sky or even like you want to see some like intricate patch notes. VR chat when they do like significant patches, they'll have like their sections and they'll say all these like bug fixes, but they're so like, you have to have like some high level knowledge to know what the fuck these bug fixes are, because they're things related to like maybe things that only avatar creators would know or only world creators would know, or just very specific bugs that I don't even think most people can be like, oh yeah, I know that bug. I saw that bug happen. I just look at, I'm just like reading, I'm just kind of glancing over. I'm just like, okay, cool, I guess. Like, thumbs up for fixing those bugs I didn't even know existed.
Oh, so I actually did some looking. So, welcome, Scaly. I have an answer to you as well, Ginger. What other game is almost 10 years old and doing free DLC? I have a list. I don't know how accurate this is, but I can attest to some of this. Team Fortress 2, 18 plus years of free updates.
Wait, they're still
They
wait.
did
Are they still update? Are you? Does Valve still put content updates? I don't think they do. Do they?
apparently. What's
Like actual content updates? Here's my criteria. I do not count bug fixing. Fixing bugs in a 10-year-old game, that doesn't count. I mean like games that do actual significant content updates, not just maintaining the game so that it can still be playable. I would say that'd be like the bare minimum. It's not really required to do. Nobody's really required to do that for 10 years. I think that's kind of unfair to expect any developer to put 10 years of their life into any game like that. But like putting bug fixes and stuff, I don't really count that. I'm talking about like content updates, significant ones too.
Yeah. Well, for TF2, I know they did at least 5 years of content updates because before going free, their content would be like, it would be a big event to have like new weapons and stuff to where you would have people grinding over 3-day weekends or whatever it was to try and get these new things. Like servers would be completely reconfigured to just grind the hell out of whatever the tasks that you needed to do. I'm getting messages here. So for at least 5 years, TF2 did that, and that was free.
I mean, can we count Counter-Strike? Because technically speaking, okay, Global Offensive, when it came out in like early 2010s, it did like, we're talking like massive like graphic overhauls to some of their maps. As technology got better, they ended up updating the game to make, you know, all the maps look better and more, I guess, modern in terms of their textures and all that stuff like that. Because if you look at like comparisons of like launch version of like say Dust 2, in fact, I wonder if we can see like a comparison of Dust 2. Let's see, Dust 2, Counter Strike Go launch versus now. I wonder if there's some kind of comparison.
Oh, there was a comparison. I don't know for Global Offensive, but for Source, release Dust 2 versus like I think 5 years down the road, yeah, there was a detail difference. Valve like over time they added more details.
I think this is what the launch version looked like, and then this is what it looks like now. I don't know if this is based on, because this definitely looks like the launch version. Because I do remember playing Counter-Strike Go way back in the days, and this does look like what Counter-Strike Go's version looked like back in the days. Now I don't know if this is Counter-Strike 2 or if this is the latest version that was in Counter-Strike Go. This might be Counter-Strike 2, but that still leads into what I'm talking about, because if you think about it, Counter-Strike 2 is literally just a massive update to Counter-Strike Go. That's why they deprecated Go, because Go was basically just the one long beta test for 2. So that therefore they deprecated Go, because Go is 2, or 2 is just Go, but a much more updated version of Go with a bunch of under the hood fixes. Also, it was ported to Source 2 versus I'm pretty sure all of Go was always on Source 1. I don't think it would, or Source whatever would have been the most updated version at the time. But this was one of the only games I can think that just had that long of like updates.
There was a handful of there's others that I haven't list. Path of Exile did at least 5 years of putting new things in the game besides just updates. They would put like new campaigns and stuff.
Did they cost money or were they free?
Nope, they were free.
Okay.
Terraria did a similar thing. I played a lot of that. They put like new sections, that not just new sections, new game modes. So when Terraria first came out, it was just like the one game mode. You started in your world, you went and did stuff. They added like Corruption World, they did Crimson World. When I reinstalled the thing like a year or two ago, I didn't recognize it. I was like, what the fuck is all these game modes here? This is not the game I remember. So Terraria, it came out in 2011. Over time, it's done bunch of free stuff that they never charged
I
money
guess
for.
I guess technically Minecraft fits in there, right? Because none of the updates for Minecraft cost money. And obviously Minecraft 1.0 versus whatever whatever the fuck they are up to
Yeah.
now, because their version numbers are really confusing. Obviously it's a much different game now than 1.0. And technically speaking, as long as you bought the game at some point, you've always just been able to download the newest version and just play.
Yeah. Minecraft's a weird one because the stuff that the content, they did like an Epic Games thing for a while where when the game first came out, they didn't have like the redstone or any of that shit. That was all mods. They were adding stuff in that other people were making and putting in mods. And it actually kind of like divided the community for a short time. It's like, hey, you're putting shit in that this person made for this mod, and Notch was just like not even talking about it. But it was stuff like the original game was like No Man's Sky on release. It was pretty fucking bare bones. But they added all these interesting things in that the community made. So like, yeah, they did, but they didn't like make it. They just like copied some of the
What else does your list say?
well, it has No Man's Sky. Binding of Isaac Rebirth, which that's a weird one because that game has like had so many fucking overhauls over the last 5 to 10 years. Edmund McMillan like has changed the game. I don't even remember what the original game looks like anymore. The graphics have changed, the gameplay, the maps, the like everything about it has changed since 2014 so many times. And I don't even know where I can find the original version outside of finding the Flash game that he originally built the thing in, where you'd load it up and
I guess at one point, SCP Containment Breach would have been on that list, but I think they stopped developing that many moons ago.
the guy stopped it, and then when the Unity version came out,
That was abandoned.
it was abandoned, which is unfortunate because I thought that was promising. The original guy came out and put more stuff in, saying, hey, I'm still relevant, because Markiplier was covering a lot of that. He would do the Unity version, then he would go back to the original version. So this is back and forth that went on for a couple years, and then nothing. So yeah, kind of SCP, but again, that guy never charged anything to begin with.
Oh yeah,
That thing
wait.
was
Oh wait,
always-
yeah, the game was free from the start. So that's even much.
Always.
That's even more of a W. He's just like, here's this free game that has a whole bunch of content, and let's not forget that game had procedural generation. Every playthrough was different.
Oh my god.
Every
pissed me
playthrough
off.
was slightly different because it was never the same layout. You couldn't just
Nope.
be like, oh, I exactly know which hallway to go down to get to this area of the map. Nope, every single time it's gonna be different.
And it was always jarring.
Unless
could never memorize it.
unless you cheated and used somebody's seed. Because you could enter a seed whenever you were creating a new like I guess save.
Nah, that's true.
Kind of like Minecraft where you can put in a seed to get the exact same world as somebody else.
Yeah.
That's cheating.
But how accurate is that? I don't know.
I don't know, but that's
I
cheating.
never really got it to work in my favor.
That's cheating in SCP. It's fine in Minecraft because it's cool because somebody might get like a seed of like something insane that you've never seen generated before. So it's cool that you can give that out and be like, hey, if you want to go and see it yourself, here's the seed. And here's where you can go find it, because the seed will obviously mean that you'll get the exact same world, because that's just how RNG code works. SCP, that's cheating though. Maybe for speed runs, I guess you could argue it makes it more fair when you're doing speed runs. But like other than that, if you use seeds on SCP, you a bitch.
There's a few honorable mentions here. Counter-Strike Go, you mentioned, got free updates. Stardew Valley, I've never played it, so I don't understand how it really works. So I can't really speak on that one. Left 4 Dead 2 is a weird one, because technically Left 4 Dead 2 is the same fucking game as Left 4 Dead 1 with added stuff. In fact, the lead developer, Chad, was chastised, rightly so, when people asked, oh, so you're going to release this as an update, right? And he said, no, we're going to make this a new game. We're going to charge you another 60
Damn
bucks
you,
for this."
Turtle Rock, you assholes. And then they later on went to make Back for Blood, and they never fucking delivered with that game, apparently. I've still never played it. I've been curious to play it just to see.
It's all right. It has its own flavor now. It's much crisper. It has that kind of like, you know, that Unreal 5 sheen
Yeah.
It's got that. Like with Killing Floor 2, there's that Christmas to the way that everything flows. It's got that, and it's all right. It's the game modes.
I
and
think I think
what they
the
have.
only game that gave me Left 4 Dead vibes was probably when we played World War Z. Because
Yeah,
that's pretty
I
much
can
what
see
World
that.
War Z was. You go from one point to another point, and you have objectives you have to complete on each of the different maps. And there's different like special zombies from what I remember, right? There was special zombies, right? In World War Z? I think there was.
Yes, they were very similar to Left 4 Dead. You had your boomers, your like jockeys, I think, and whatnot. But eh, everything within like Left 4 Dead, Back 4 Blood, World War Z.
Oh, I'm still
diagram.
mad that World War Z charges you for first person mode. That shit still gets on my nerves. Remember when we played World War Z and I looked in the menu and I found out that you had to buy one of their DLCs in order to get first person mode. I was like, "What? I got to pay for first person mode?" I was like, "What?"
I forgot about that.
No, that is such bullshit, bro. It's a camera mode. Let me just have it. You can lock the content itself behind the paywall, but how you gonna lock a fucking perspective behind a paywall? You assholes. What's wrong with you guys?
Optics, bad optics.
Yep. Literally and figuratively. Think about it.
But yeah, that's most of the list that I had there, which is just a handful of games that are quasi on and off getting free content, not just shoving a patch out. Team Fortress 2 went, they got content updates that I think destroyed the game. Because they went the whole free to play, they did the drops, which
Yeah, the
I don't know
hats.
if any of you,
The fucking hats.
it wasn't just the hats. Like there was a time where the engine was broken and you could go and you could drop down the console and you could literally type a command to where it would say you picked up, and then if you knew the model name of some like Half-Life asset or Team Fortress asset, something silly, you could put in there in the console and it would drop down in the chat that you grabbed, like, I don't know, Karis picked up the hazard cone. Like, what? Like you could type silly crap in there, and they nerfed that after a short time where you couldn't do that anymore.
Imagine just going into a game and somebody keeps spawning in fucking assets. Like they just spawn a bunch of cones in your way. God damn it! Who dropped all these cones here?
That would be funny. No, it wasn't even like a thing that would actually happen. It was just like the server threw out a communicative prompt, but you never actually got the item. It was just something like Valve should have locked that to a server admin like access account, but instead they gave it free to where if you just know the command, they were trying to do security by obscurity and it just didn't work. But
yeah, that's a noob move to make, because if there's somebody who's got the autism, they're going to crack the code, bro. It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah. If they want to, they're gonna figure it out. Just give them a little bit of time and a little bit of gamer subs, and they'll probably figure it out. They'll scan through all the code, and plus the source engine has been like broken down and probably decrypted at this point, so people know the source engine inside and out.
They do, and there's still communities. Tyler, what the hell is his name? Tyler McVivian? I can't pronounce his name. He used to cover all kinds of Half-Life stuff. He's constantly talking about how there's people still doing source engine shit. And I'm thinking, damn, maybe I should have actually completed the air exchange that I started like almost 10 years ago. Tyler McVicker. Thank you, Alan Jones. Yeah. He used to be like exclusively a Valve coverage guy, but he expanded out because, well, Valve was kind of drying up with content. But yeah, source engine it's like Quake. The original Quake, no, Doom 2. I think you brought this up. One of you brought this up the other day. Doom 2, maybe it was Scaly. People are still making shit for.
Oh yeah, well,
they're still building stuff.
The original Doom especially had like 1,000 different ports and versions released. Yeah. You had like Brutal Doom. You got like OpenGL Doom. You got fucking you got all kinds
RTX
of
Doom.
yeah, you got RTX Doom. That was a more official one. Or wait, no, they had RTX Quake. I don't think they did RTX Doom. I think it was a path trace version of Quake, if I remember correctly. But they have like 1,000 different ports of Doom. They have Doom on the fucking Raspberry Pi. You got Doom compiled for this, Doom compiled for that. There's Doom on everything. There's Doom on your smart fridge. There's Doom on your watch. There's Doom on your fleshlight.
There was Doom on a fucking PDF. You see
Wait,
this shit?
wait, oh, PDF. How you play that through a PDF?
So I had to look this up. I was like, no, this is gotta be a
to
troll.
move forward, go to page 3.
It did.
No, I
was
choose
like,
I choose your own adventure version. What the
It
fuck?
was. It was. They put buttons in the because you can actually edit PDFs pretty complexly, and so there were buttons, and so like it was almost the like point and click. You would hold down this one button, which essentially was like the directional key, and it would move the game forward. But what it was doing is it was just moving through slides of animation within the PDF. Like someone scanned all this shit of the maps, and it's kind of like missed.
Man,
If I understand it right,
this is like super uber ultra autism. What the fuck?
yeah, that is max hardcore autism, but it fucking worked.
Autism
it's in a
maxing
PDF.
out here. What the fuck, bro? Like a goddamn slideshow version of what next? PowerPoint? Where's the PowerPoint edition of goddamn Doom?
Someone's probably gonna
Probably somebody did a flip book. Somebody probably made it on the somebody did make it for the TI-83 calculator.
Yeah, I remember that.
I never
remember
downloaded
about that.
it because I didn't have at least the TI-83 had like some proprietary fucking USB type cable thing that you had to use. So I never got to hook it up to a computer and download Doom to my calculator. But I remember watching videos of people playing Doom on a TI-83. I'm just like, why? Why? Why not, I guess, but why? It's insane. But that's just because that's the community. That's not really the developer. You know, obviously, what's his name? John Carmack, right?
John Carmack, yeah.
Yeah, John Carmack, he's not making you his bitch anymore. He's done with those days. John, wait, wasn't it like John Romero's gonna make you his bitch or something like that with one of their games?
I don't remember.
I think it was that. I think it was like John Romero's gonna make you his bitch. Wait, let me look this up. I remember watching a video about it.
No, Skytex, don't do that.
Romero is gonna make you. I keep typing it wrong. His bitch. Let's see. Yeah, it's from the. Here it is. John Romero's about to make you his bitch. Is an advertising slogan used for the atrocious 90s FPS Daikatana. It was a very controversial ad slogan, and a decade later, John Romero apologized for it. The ad also included the words "suck it down," implying that Daikatana would be so good that you would have sex with it. In reality, it wasn't. I don't know why. Why is that controversial? I think that's funny. I think I remember watching a video and people were like, "Oh, well, because he was talking down to people." I'm like, "But did that offend you? I thought people only get overly offended now. This if I saw this in an ad, I think that's kind of funny. Like the developer is gonna make you his bitch. I'd be like, oh, that's kind of funny. It's kind of tongue in cheek, very
no one
vulgar.
got upset about that. No one got upset about
Apparently,
that.
apparently enough people got upset about it because it was seen as controversial. Because
The
people
vocal
thought
minority.
people thought he was talking down to them. I'm like, okay, well, you're a gamer. This was 90s. If you were a gamer, you were a nerd. I'm sorry. You weren't getting no bitches. And to be fair, implying that Daikatana would be so good that you had sex with it, well, back in the 90s, if you were playing video games, you probably weren't having sex anyways. Because no girls liked you, so I guess at least you could have sex with
girls.
something. And they didn't have as many. They didn't have fleshlights and stuff back then, so
Someone made one. Girls didn't know you existed, and also the people that would have been pissed off. What would
stop
back in the
touching your
90s,
pee-pee right now, Skytex. No.
How are you gonna complain? you had to literally write a letter and send it to John Carmack in order to complain. And then you also
mean
had to
John
hope that the
Romero?
letter made John Romero, sorry. Um, you had to write a letter to him back in the 90s. You couldn't just tweet about it. There was nothing like that. Uh, there was like, what is it? News groups? There was something like that, work groups that you could join and you could complain within that. But CNN was not going into work groups and looking to see what gamers were talking about. So the only people that would have been able to bitch about this would have been other supposed gamer journalists like Electronic Gaming Monthly, PC Gamer, and that kind of shit. They would have gotten pissed off about this. But your average gamer would have probably laughed.
I would have laughed. I would be like, okay, I mean, it's vulgar and it's nice tongue in cheek. I mean, shit. If a game came out with a slogan like that now, I'd be like, okay, I'm interested. How are you gonna make me your bitch? Okay, I mean, it better be good if you're saying that. You got some balls on
Yeah.
you to make such an assertion. I guess it didn't help that the game was apparently not good.
Yeah.
So I guess I kind of it was controversial, but if it would have ended up being good, then they probably would have been like, oh, okay, you know, it did make me its bitch. I mean, it all would have been forgiven. No Man's Sky will make you its bitch. That's the next ad slogan for No Man's Sky on the next update.
And it will. It absolutely has. I really want to bitch about my comparisons and experiences to Star Citizen, but I know I would go on forever. And I feel like Scaly should also jump in and give his 2 cents on that, because we both suffered through that son of a bitch for 4 or 5 hours and got nothing done. Thankfully, I didn't pay for anything.
I was about to say you need to spend thousands of dollars first.
No. We did that free week that they had a few months back. It was like some event that they were celebrating, so they were giving this free access to anyone who wanted, and you could go and play the game and get ships. You could rent ships using in-game currency. I never spent $1 on that game, and I am so glad, because we were told not to do the tutorial, which we should have done the damn tutorial. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing. We didn't know where to go. Imagine being dropped into Cyberpunk 2077 right smack in the middle of the game without having any idea where you're supposed to go. That's the way Star Citizen was. You just had to know where to go. You had to know, oh, you got to go down 34th Street and take a left on Cypress. There's no like fucking GPS to tell you this.
No map quest?
Where are you going to find the map quests?
Oh.
I have a conspiracy theory about Star Citizen. I think
I got my tinfoil hat on right now.
Yes, do it, dude. Definitely do that. My theory is that the unfortunate thing about Star Citizen is it has been developed with the goal being the audience itself, because its audience is what tailored the development over time. The whales who have likely been talking to the developers saying, oh, I think I should, we'd like this, we'd like to see that. Because it's been a closed game, no one else has really been able to give input like you or me or anyone else. So it's been just this 10-year plus echo chamber where only the people playing the game actually understand it. They know where to go, they know how to play it. And so you get someone like you or I who's never played it, and we're like, where the fuck do I start? Where do I begin on this? And I think that's a detriment, and they don't care. That's the other thing. They're making money by selling ships. And another thing I didn't realize is they put ships out and then they nerf those ships so that you have to get the next ship, which is better, until that ship gets nerfed. And that, like, you just have all these ships that are essentially useless. They're like, it's like, I'm trying to think of a comparison. Like you would get a game and then suddenly everything gets nerfed. And so your guns don't fire properly. You have no ammo. Like everything is not what it was before. That's apparently what happens with a lot of these ships.
Man, that's what
you spend hundreds of thousands.
I have enough PTSD from Helldivers 2 when it comes to that shit. Brand new gun. Oh, it's great. Next update. Oh, it's shit. God damn it, Arrowhead. Why? I was having fun, but then you ruined it. I haven't even played the new update for Helldivers 2, the Halo update. I did see a funny clip where some dumbass, I don't even know who he is, but some dumbass was streaming the game, and he bought the new War Bond and then thought that, like other battle pass related games, that he could then basically buy the battle pass and then buy the tiers. And then he came to find out he's got to buy the battle pass and then actually play the game, because he bought the Halo battle pass because he only bought Helldivers 2 because of the Halo update. So he came in, bought the Halo battle pass to obviously get the Halo items, and then he was sitting there like, well, how do I buy all the tiers? And then people were like, you have to play the game. And then he was like, unironically, he was like, wait, but I paid money. What do you mean I have to play the game? I'm like, oh, you fucking dumbass. Yes, you have to play the game. Get to grinding, bitch. Not every game allows you to fucking buy your way to the top, you dumbass. What is this? A video game where you have to play the video game? Oh, I hate it. I hate playing a game. I know it's called a game, but I hate playing it. Just give it to me just let me throw money at you.
That's apparently Star Citizen.
That is Star Citizen. Yeah.
The whole money making process, $800 million plus over a decade. And like Scale and I, like, we've got our strengths and whatnot, but between the two of us, we could not properly figure out how to find the ship, get in the ship, take off in the ship, and get in. We couldn't go into space. We didn't know what to do. We didn't know who to contact. It's almost like there's a heavy amount of like flight simulator where you have to talk with the air traffic controller. You have to like check these boxes. You have to.
Hey, can I land at the space station? Oh,
I have to ask.
And if you forget, all right, shoot them on command. Wait, whoa, no.
That happened. I rented a ship, and jokingly, Scaly started shooting the hangar up. The space police came in and confiscated my ship from just like nuked, derez the thing out of existence. And so we had to go get another ship, and then we had to ask the air traffic controller for permission to disembark. So the doors would open up and we could take off, and then we're trying to go into space. We don't know how to do that. There's literally so much about that game that you have to go through training. Like, I don't know if anyone has played America's Army. Before you can even play the game in America's Army, you have to go through like the Army training. You have to go through like sharpshooter training. You have to go through basic. You have to go through medic. You have to go through demolitions. You have to go through all this stuff before you can actually fucking play the game. That's how this kind of remind me of, is you would need to go through training in order to play the fucking game before you can be released to the masses. Because if you just go and jump right into it, the game's like, here you go, have fun. Like, imagine trying to go somewhere without your GPS, in a place that you've never been.
Oh, I'm getting lost. I'll get lost in Houston. It don't even matter. That's my area. I'll still get lost. I'm doomed.
This game scares me because there are people that actually swear by and say, this game's amazing. It's the best game on the planet. And it's like, it's not new. It's not tutorial friendly. It is not tutorial friendly.
It's autism friendly. If you want literally every mechanic and system in the game, then Star Citizen is the game for you, because it literally has every single goddamn system you can possibly ask for. I'm like, Jesus, this is worse than Arma. I mean, Arma, at least it depends on what server you go on. There is servers on Arma that treat it like a mil sim. I've watched videos where like they're doing call outs like the military does. If you want to do like an airstrike thing, you have to go through the actual military like procedure of like graveyard 05 to avalanche 12, avalanche 12, graveyard 05. All right, and then you gotta literally do like the military designation of like the coordinates, angle, way to intercept. Like, I've seen videos like that, and that's more specifically on like the super hardcore mill sim servers. But then that game, it's kind of more of a sandbox. So there's a lot of servers where people just treat it more like a Battlefield game. Everybody's just kind of going around doing their own thing. But Star Citizen's like, no, it's all those mill sim servers, but that's just the game. That's literally how the game is made.
Yeah. So that happened. So 5 hours into it, Scaly and I decided we're fucking done. We're done. We're uninstalling this shit. I think it was 2 weeks later, Jump Ship's demo, their playtest. They called it a demo, but it was a playtest. It was an open beta playtest. I was done with Tutorial Town and in a ship in 22 or 23 minutes. I thought Scaly was just like kind of exaggerating. No, I looked at like my stream timer from the moment I started the stream, play the game. 22 or 23 minutes, I was in a ship flying around. Now, unfortunately, Jump Space now, but I'm going to call it what it was. Jump Ship doesn't have the ease of transitions. Like you go from your base, and if you want to load up a level, it does like this kind of Mass Effect thing where it does this animation of your ship and then warps on through, and then you have a bit of loading, and then you go on site. So it still does that. But as far as like getting in your ship and just being stupid, you can be an idiot and get in your ship and fly around. Like it won't stop you. It won't give you all this
that's
stuff.
No Man's Sky. There are literally no loading screens. You go in when you want to get into a space station, you literally just approach it. You approach the door, it orients your ship and everything, and then sucks you in. And then when you leave, you hit the accelerate key. It does all the takeoff, launches you out of the space station. You look at a planet, you just warp to it, and then you fly into the damn planet. It's all very seamless, and it's very noob friendly. You don't need to be good at flying. You don't need to go through hoops. It just works.
There's a silly line. It was during one of the Red Letter Media videos for it was a plot hole for The Rise of Skywalker, and Rich Evans was responding to someone who said that, the main plot of like the Empire can't leave this planet because they don't have the navigation. And Rich has this line, just fucking turn your ship to the back of your ship to the planet and start going in a direction. That's literally No Man's Sky. You can like turn and fucking go somewhere.
I wonder what happens. I've never tested this. What happens if you fly off and just go in a straight line through space? I've never tested that. Like if you, in theory, just keep pulse engineering what would be out. Is there like a bounding box at all? Like, can you just fly out of a system, or do you always have to use your warp engine, or you have to warp out of there? I've never tested that. I've never had the autism enough to just say, you know what, point myself in this direction, and let's see what happens if I just keep flying in a straight line.
Something to try. Just like, I don't know, you're on lunch or something, or preparing dinner, and you decide, all right, let's like you go to the one planet that's near the edge of the system, and then just like point in the opposite direction. All right, I'm gonna go make food, and we'll come back and see what happens.
I mean, it would be cool if in theory you could just fly yourself to another system. I don't know how that would probably take a long time, because you're like probably tens to hundreds of light years away from another system, but I'm curious to know what happens if it just stops you at some point or whatever. You know what I want? Have you ever played the ATV Off-Road Fury franchise of games?
Heard of it.
Well, they were very fun games. Me and my grandpa really loved that shit. We would sit there. Sometimes I would just sit on free play and just go through the fucking maps and just do tricks and shit. But there was this really funny thing that all these games had. If you're in like on a map and you flew to what was the end of the map, instead of having like like an invisible wall or some kind of like more organic way to keep you from, reaching the end of the map, when you got to the end of the map, all of a sudden it would just fucking punch you into the air, like somebody just took you and kicked you with like max velocity, and you just go flying. Your ATV would go flying. Your character would fly off the ATV and just be flying through the air. The game would just be like, "No, how dare you!" and just fucking kick your ass across the other side of the map.
Yes.
It's like, no, get back. This is the forbidden zone.
That's good. I like that. They break the fourth wall.
It was so hilarious. I would just do that sometimes and be like, I don't know why I'm having so much fun doing this. It's kind of like when I would play NASCAR games and I would just turn around and crash for like hours, literally just see if I could DQ all the other racers, and then I would be okay, because when the AI racers would get like totaled, they would be out of the race. But for some reason, it doesn't work like that for us, for the player characters. So I don't know. Fun little thing. I wonder, it would be funny if No Man's Sky had that. You reach the end of that system, it just fucking punch your ass across the goddamn system all the way back to the center. You just go flying. It's like,
You gotta
no.
put that in, test on your stream. One game that did something like that, Subnautica. There were 2 phases to this. When it was early access, because you're on 4546B, which is like 90% water, you'd have the main area where the aurora and everything would be crashed, but then you had like this just empty water, the void. Well, at the time, they didn't have anything to really stop you from going out. So if you got your Seamoth or your Cyclops, you could just go forever. You could just like, pin your forward key down and go, and then eventually stop, and you're just like thousands and thousands of meters away. Well, eventually, Unknown Worlds plugged that one in, and so they put, the Ghost Leviathan in. So within like a couple minutes of breaching that threshold into the void, you're hit with this Ghost Leviathan that kills you instantly, but not before getting a warning from your PDA that says, unknown water, like, are you sure you want to be here? That kind of cryptic text of, you're about to get in some deep shit. And so, yeah, they eventually put this kind of punting area around, but for a while they didn't. And you could just go.
Man, Jack and Daxter and Ratchet and Clank would do something similar with their levels. If like in Jack and Daxter or Ratchet and Clank, if you jumped in the water, and they did it in more areas than just out of bounds. They would do it for some areas of water that they just wanted to be dangerous as like an extra platforming challenge. But mostly, like, if you say we're in Jack and Daxter and you just jumped into the water and kept swimming, eventually you start hearing it would start playing a sound effect, and all of a sudden you would get eaten by like a weird, in that universe, like a shark type big fish thing. And both Ratchet and Clank and Jack and Daxter both did it. And I don't know why, but as a kid, it always scared the shit out of me. So I never wanted to go near the water because I knew I'd get eaten by a damn big fish, shark thing, whatever they want to call that thing. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny. I like it when games come up with weird ways to be like, no, you're not going outside this specified area that we want you in, so we're going to find a way to kill you. Like, Helldivers does it by fucking nuking your ass. If you go outside, you become a traitor or whatever, and they just constantly rain down fucking hellfire on you until you die.
Damn.
So, very creative ways to kill the player character. Anyways, that's what I've got to say about No Man's Sky, I think. I plan to play some more. I think this weekend, though, I'm going to have to play more 2042, unfortunately, because double XP, and I have to do the fucking challenges so I can complete the goddamn battle pass. So, unfortunately,
You don't have to.
I don't have to, but I want those goddamn cosmetics. I want them. I need them. I need them in my life. I want the skins. I want the skins, bro. Just like people who lose their foreskin, they want their skin back.
Duh.
I want well, I didn't lose my foreskin, but hey, I feel their pain. I want those skins, bro. So I'm gonna have to
missed it before. Thomas said I run Doom on Excel in I'm too stupid, I can't read that word. But I did find Doom ray traced, and it actually looks pretty awesome.
Yeah, it makes your PC run like shit, but who cares about that? Anyways, another thing I saw that came out this week. This makes no fucking sense to me. Call of Duty movie is in the works under major Paramount Skydance, Microsoft's Activision pact. And I'm sitting here like, why do we need a Call of Duty movie? What even is a Call of Duty movie? Like,
10 years too late.
what do you mean a Call of Duty movie? What, a military movie? Oh man, what a shame that we don't have enough of those already. Like, what, we have so many goddamn military movies. You got, what is it, like Black Hawk Down? You got fucking Saving Private Ryan. There's so many goddamn military story movies out there. What would a Call of Duty movie be?
It's going to be Ghost, because for some reason I've never really understood this, but then again I don't.
I mean, is that what
I'm not normal.
That's what I'm thinking. Is like, what's their plan? Are they gonna adapt one of their games? Like
No, not the one of the games, just one of the characters. They're gonna do this fan fiction thing that they like to do. Like, they're gonna put it through the Resident Evil kind of treatment. You're gonna get like a Paul W.S. Anderson who's gonna get this IP, and they're gonna go through like the wiki, and they're gonna find all the characters, and they're gonna write the story that kind of somewhat fits, but it's gonna be nothing close to what we would expect as a translation into film. It's going to be complete fan fiction. They may even create a new character just for this movie. Gender, whatever, swap. I don't know. I don't care. But Ghost will be one of the primary characters, because for some reason people suck the dick of Ghost a little too much, and it kind of is annoying.
yeah,
My opinion, though.
Ghost Riley, I think is his name, right? I think Riley is his name. I know that. I mean, yeah, they would have to have like, this is just gonna be a fan service film, which, I mean, I guess fine, but like, I don't know. I mean, I guess if they want to just have like some kind of weird military story that maybe either follows an existing Call of Duty game or just loosely follows it, maybe with some fan service, like maybe they can have like a no Russian section. They can have Captain Price in there. I don't know. I just feel like,
It's gonna be Halo.
why now? Who cares about Call of Duty enough to want to watch a movie of it? Like, you're like 20 years too fucking late at this point.
At least. They're gonna do the Halo effect. They're gonna have stupid shit where you're gonna see what Ghost looks like. Because as far as I know, we've never actually seen Ghost's face. We've only seen his eyes.
You're not supposed to see what he looks like. That's the point.
Exactly. But some fuckface is gonna write their lore in there. They're gonna self-insert, because writers can't help but do this. They're gonna completely demask Ghost, and it's not even gonna be fully about Ghost. Ghost is gonna be like the gimmick. It's gonna be like Hawkeye. Hawkeye is the front, but there's somebody else really what the show is about. That's what I think Call of Duty is going to be. And you're going to have your Fast and the Furious type action in there. It's going to be a waste of production, but it's going to pay people. The movie's going to be made. There's negotiations. There's going to be a deal. Money will change hands, and we're going to be expected to watch this garbage, of which we're not. At least I'm not.
I have no, like, I have no care in the world for fucking a Call of Duty movie. It's like, okay, you're gonna give me a military story, cool. I don't even really care about those kinds of movies. Whatever. I don't know why they're deciding now is the time to do Call of Duty. They could have done this back in Modern Warfare, when Call of Duty was at its absolute like epitome of being in the cultural zeitgeist. But now, when basically it's nothing but a fucking laughing stock in a example of what not to turn your franchise into, with fucking Beavis and Butthead and stuff. Is Beavis and Butthead gonna be in the movie? It better be. I
hope so.
I want a part where Beavis and Butthead just comes onto the battlefield like, I'm gonna kill you.
Go get cover, Beavis. Stop being a dick.
Stop being a dick. You're supposed to kick him in the balls. Hey, that's a landmine right there. Don't step on that. Hey, shut up. I'm gonna step on it. and then Nicki Minaj comes onto the battlefield with her AK-47, where she's like, "My anaconda don't."
She can't even hold a P99 or like a 5.57. How's she holding a fucking Kalashnikov?
Between her massive ass cheeks.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, then Tim the Tap Man's gonna come in there and be like, "Where's the battle royale?"
I would have been fascinated to see a film based on the first era of Modern Warfare. that whole story of Price, uh, McTavish, what was it? Oh, I
So
can't remember the Soap. Yuri was the other one.
oh,
Makarov.
but,
That
Yuri was such a last minute addition because
he was.
they created him in Modern Warfare 3 and then they retroactively rewrote him into Modern Warfare 2's story with the No Russian mission, where it turns out that he was there at No Russian.
Yeah, I noticed that. That was quite the retcon, the Back to the Futurism. I'm kind of all right with it, but I don't take it too. Modern Warfare 3 was. They knew this was going to be the end, and so it was like season
Well, they
7
thought
of
they
TNG.
thought it was going to be the end, but little did they know, not in Activision. Not only is it not over, but we're going to remake it from scratch again. Which is probably because Ghost was such a failure, so they just said, "Well, we tried to end Modern Warfare and do something different." Because technically, Ghost wasn't even in the Modern Warfare universe, and Ghost himself wasn't even in Ghosts. It was about Riley himself was not in Ghost.
Yeah, it was about a bunch of other fuck faces.
Yeah, it was about other ghosts. It was about basically it turned Ghost Riley's whole persona into its own I guess Black Op group. Basically, the ghosts were like a Black Op group, like a secret group, like that, where they were so legendary that there was like basically mythology about the ghosts and stuff like that.
No, there's not. It's just a bunch of people that go around following orders under questionable morals.
They never even finished that story. They literally cliffhangered the end of Ghost. They was, when the main bad guy's like, "There's not gonna be any more Ghost," and then that was the end. We never found out, was there any more Ghost? I don't know. They never fucking finished the story. They said, "Nope, Modern Warfare again. You get more Modern Warfare." What was that? You don't want more Modern Warfare? Too bad. More Modern Warfare. And while Sledgehammer was trying to at one point make their own stuff, with old Kevin Spacey, what you see here is Advanced Warfare. I love that meme so goddamn much. It's funnier when you consider what Kevin Spacey ended up becoming later on in life. He really was the villain.
I was thinking the other day, one of the unknown reasons why I don't really care for games being translated into film is, imagine if Halo were a reboot instead of doing 3, 4, 5, and instead they just rebooted Halo every 5 to 10 years.
Don't give them any ideas.
With a whole new cast, whole new development team. The IP just changed hands every so often. The same way that we get new Spider-Mans every 5 to 10 years, new Superman, whatever else rebooted. Imagine Halo just being rebooted over and over and over again.
Man,
how fucking pathetic.
You just reminded me of how many times DC has rebooted their fucking characters. DC is such a mess, bro. How many more Supermans do we need? We have had so many Supermans. You had Man of Steel. You had that one CW show about Superman. Yep. I forget what that was even called. Then you have this new Superman. You got so many different Supermans. You got so many different Batmans. You got your Dark Knight version. You got your old version with Adam West, which I love that shit. It's so goofy but funny. Then you had the Batman, and it's how many more times are you gonna reboot these characters? Okay, Jesus, I see why. It's the same thing they've done with X-Men, which is why Deadpool would make fun of that in the Deadpool movies, where you'd be like, which Xavier is it?
Yeah, we literally had 3 Spider-Mans on screen from 3 different timelines and universes.
That was cool. That was cool, though.
It was interesting to see. I was more glad to see Toby's kind of timeline closed up, and what happened. he was able to resolve whatever issues happened with Otto Octavius. Like they were actually on screen talking. Like that was a pretty wholesome moment. Otherwise, like it's a gimmick. That's all it is.
I guess same thing with
But-
even with what was his, what's the guy that played what's the character that becomes a Green Goblin? What's his name again?
Oh, Norman Osborn.
Yeah, Osborn. He also didn't he make up with Osborn too, or did they? I can't remember. Yeah, I think they did because after like he
They
was
tried.
he was beating the shit out of him, and then they stopped him. And was like, no. You know, when Tom Holland, I liked how they used the other Spider-Mans to teach Tom Holland's Spider-Man how to be Spider-Man. Like it was like a coming of age story for Tom Holland's version of Spider-Man, where they're like, no, do not make the same mistakes we did, Tom.
Yeah.
Don't give in to rage. Don't give in to the need for revenge. You need to be better than we were. Right, I love that. That's why I think that is one of the last good Marvel movies before it started to all good as shit.
I could go for a while on this, but there was one interesting thing that they did that it fits so well. I wonder if Sam Raimi intentionally did this when the second Spider-Man, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. There's the scene where Otto he's like trying to do his reaction bullshit, and Toby, my music turn off. No, it just changed. Toby like shows who he is, and like there's this sudden flip of a personality in Alfred Molina's character of Otto. He goes from being super angry and then like pauses, and then like he has this realization, like something snapped in there. And the way that they now write that in No Way Home is that he got snatched out of Spider-Man 2, brought into Tom Holland's world, fixed there, and then sent back in like fucking Scott Bakula in Quantum Leap. Like he was quantum leaped out of his universe, his mind was fixed, and then he went back in, and then the course was corrected in Spider-Man 2. It's like, I don't know if Sam Raimi wrote that as that way, but fucking hell, it's worked so goddamn well when you consider the idea of the fact that Otto was yanked out of his own universe. Like, that actually would make sense. Because when I saw that in theaters, it didn't make sense. He was so hell-bent on getting that.
That's not how I interpreted that scene at all. Because the way I always interpreted Spider-Man 2 is that Otto was never evil. The tentacles were basically like schizophrenic voices in his head, and you saw him struggling the entire movie, where there'd be moments of coherency where his character would be like basically not wanting to give in to the voices of the fucking tentacles, but that they were just overpowering.
Yeah, there's that angle.
Same thing with the Green Goblin, where Norman didn't really want to be a bad guy, but the Green Goblin literally is a manifestation of like an evil side, was just overpowering in his head. And when he finally was cured, he didn't hear the voices anymore.
Interpretation, yay!
Yeah, that's the good thing about film. You can kind of interpret it any way you want to. What were you saying? You saying before the show that you had something about Battlefield 6 that came across your radar.
Yes, I put it in the chat. They're not doing ray tracing apparently.
Oh yeah, I did see this. And when I saw people talking about it on Twitter, and a lot of people had this take. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna tell me a modern game of this budget and size can't even spare having some ray tracing, living in the past?" I'm like, y'all need to shut the hell up. Firstly, yes, the last two Battlefield games technically had ray tracing. Battlefield 5 was one of the premier games to promote RTX technology by having real-time reflections in Battlefield 5. let's be honest, they only did that probably because Nvidia came to EA and was like, "Hey, we need somebody to show off our technology." They needed to sell these 20 series overpriced graphics cards. So Battlefield 5 was just one of those games where they're probably like, they went to DICE like, "Hey, man, Nvidia wants to give us money, fucking put it in the game." And they're probably like, "Well, why though? It's Battlefield. We don't need it." Like, no, Nvidia's giving us money. We gotta be able to, we can use it to market the game as well. Like, oh, okay, fine. And then in 2042, they downgraded to ray traced ambient occlusion, which is such a waste of development time. Like, I'm sorry, ambient occlusion is so minor. Yes, it is a part of the graphics pipeline because it grounds objects within their space. It's very important. But I'm gonna be honest, I've never had a problem with SSAO or GBAO or any of the other implementations of ambient occlusion. Yes, they're not accurate. Yes, sometimes they're a little bit over the top with how they implement them. But I think out of all things, ambient occlusion is like the one thing I really don't notice. I turn on SSAO or whatever the game has, and I call it a day. Everything looks fine. Nobody needs accurate ambient occlusion. So that was just a waste of development time and a waste of your fucking performance too. So coming into Battlefield 6, I'm like, look, it don't need it. It looks good.
Don't.
Who cares if you can't see your fucking player's reflection in a fucking window? You're gonna probably blow that window up with an RPG. Who cares?
I was thinking of,
like, what implementation of RTX would actually improve the gameplay of Battlefield 6? Oh, spoiler alert, nothing. You can't implement RTX without it just being more of a detriment than the actual addition. It's only gonna be good for screenshots. You could argue, okay, maybe they should have had some kind of like implementation for like a photo mode or something, and some games have done that. I think slightly controversially, now it's been retroactively added to the full gameplay, but at first when Gran Turismo 7 came out, and I think Forza Horizon did the same thing, and Forza Motorsport of that time did the same thing, where they would only have ray tracing in like photo mode or replay mode, but not during like real-time gameplay. Now, with the new generation consoles and stuff, I believe Gran Turismo 7 now has the option to do full ray tracing even during races. But at first, you can only do it in like a photo mode or in like your garage, and people are like, "But I want to turn on ray tracing." Like,
it's a shooter. Go blow things up.
yeah, but I could almost argue that it makes more sense in a racing game because racing games, a lot of their style is the look of the game, and being able to see like real-time reflections of not only your car but other people's cars on your car, and seeing it in the windshield, seeing it reflected on like the bodywork depending on what kind of paint you have. That shit is cool. It's not a big deal because some games have really good cube maps. Gran Turismo has always been really good with their cube maps to where it looks good enough, right? But if you want some ray tracing in a racing game, it's not that big a deal. But a shooter, you're running around and shit, you don't got time to look at fucking reflections in a puddle or glass in this Battlefield. You're gonna blow the fucking building up. So why spend time trying to implement ray tracing for like the 1% of people who are even gonna care about it? Focus on making the game perform well. And I think DICE has even come out and say they're focusing fully on having a good performant game. And during the beta, that game ran fucking great. It ran better than 2042 at launch. And it looks damn good. Anybody who's saying, oh, they're living in the past, I'm like, I don't know what you mean. Battlefield 6 is a damn good looking game. The environments were very highly detailed. Even on the lower quality, it still looks good. Like the models are good. They're probably still using photogrammetry like they did in Battlefield 1 to have such highly detailed models. The lighting looks good. Everything looks good. The shadows look good depending on your settings. You don't need the ray tracing. It's just going to hurt the performance.
How much more fidelity for a game that when you're playing it, your vision will be really fucking narrowed to whatever your eyes happen to see. You're not going to be paying attention to the God ray while an RPG or a tank is barreling towards you. You're not going to give a shit about that. I'm not going to give a shit about that, at least.
Yeah, I would rather
if
them.
someone's got enough brain power where they can pay attention to, oh, there's a shot coming my way, but I don't
that's
have the God rays.
Where's my ray traced shadows? Damn, that shadow is not accurate to how it would look in real life. It's supposed to be a soft shadow because of how far the light source is from the shadow itself. Oh, no, nobody cares about that. Fuck that shit, bro. It don't matter in a fast-paced first-person shooter. It just doesn't. There is places where ray tracing makes sense, but I would rather them focus more time instead of trying to implement ray tracing, because it's going to take development time. It's not just, you don't just drag and drop DLSS, all these technologies into your game, especially if you're working with a proprietary engine. You have to put more work into implementing it. Obviously, if you're using like Unreal, most of that ray tracing and stuff is just kind of already built in, or at least in the case of Unreal, you have what's it called, Lumen, which also has a software and a hardware implementation. You got these technologies which hurt performance, by the way, a lot, and are most of the problems we have with Unreal Engine games today. The only Unreal Engine game that seems to be doing well is, ironically, the creators behind the finals and the upcoming Arc Raiders, which used to be Battlefield devs. So they have somehow worked black magic and made Arc Raiders run like a fucking clock, as good as that game looks and sounds and everything. I don't even think they have ray tracing either. I don't think that they have. I could be wrong, but I don't think either of their games have ray tracing. But back to Battlefield, I'd rather them spend more time on other things, better sound, adding little details that have nothing to do with ray tracing. Ray tracing has nothing to do with like all these little details. Like, I didn't even know this. I don't know if this was in the beta, but I watched it from a video. Apparently, you get blood splatters on your gun in Battlefield 6. I don't know if that was in the beta. If it was, I didn't notice it. But like those little, that's what I want them to spend development time on. If you focus on Battlefield 1, you probably didn't, because these are, once again, little details that are hard to recognize when you're in the thick of it. It's more of one of those things when you slow down and really take it all in, it's something that you notice. But it's even better in those moments because you notice them. Battlefield 1 was very good about this because, like, you know, some of the maps would have like mud and stuff, but specifically when it would rain and a lot of the maps would become muddy. When you were around in the mud, your gun would collect mud on it. It would gather mud all over it as you crawled around in the mud, which makes sense because you're crawling around in the mud, your gun's going to get mud on it. That's the kind of shit I want DICE to focus on. Not fucking ray traced bullshit that's going to drop my frames by like half, making it to where I have to either run ray tracing with less frames, or I have to run ray tracing and then turn on more aggressive DLSS just to make up for the delta of frame rate that I've just lost. Right? Like,
what's the point of the game again?
The point of Battlefield
is it the point to play the game, or is it to win against the frame god? Because we seem to be, based like on what some people are complaining about, we're at a precipice for, we need to fight against the frame god. Like, I thought this was a game about like shooting guns and blowing shit up.
Yeah, and a lot of people, a lot more rational people were like, we're saying exactly what I'm thinking. Battlefield doesn't need any ray tracing. They make the game look good enough through their Frostbite engine. They don't need it. It has its place. And most people said this makes sense in a slow-paced, single-player game where you have more time to take in things like ray-traced reflections, ray-traced, even better, which is the precipice of ray tracing, is ray-traced global illumination. That's where you really notice things, when you get like accurate bounce lighting and light sources actually lighting a room the way that they would in the real world. That's where I want time to be put into. When these games are like wasting time on RTX, ambient occlusion, RTX shadows, I'm like, what's even the fucking point? What was wrong with shadows and ambient occlusion done the old style way? Like, I could understand ray trace reflections because screen space and planar reflections have their issues, but like, ambient occlusion and shadows are just fine the way that they've been done. What's the point of wasting time? Unless you're gonna go full balls to the walls, like some games have, as at least as options. Like there's options in like, have you seen what path traced Cyberpunk 2077 looks like? It runs like booty water. But man, path trace, and this is not ray trace. This is path trace. This is when you turn it all the way up in Cyberpunk. It looks good. Is it enough to vouch for the loss of pretty much most of your frame rate? Not really, not at this point. If you have like a 5090, then I guess sure, why not? But it's still, even Cyberpunk without ray tracing just looks fine. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't push for ray tracing in video games, because more than just the graphics pipeline, it actually makes game development easier. Because instead of having to spend time faking lighting techniques, they can just plop a light in and say, okay, and then the game engine just says, oh, boopity beepity boop. Oh, this is how this room should look based on on this light source and the different materials in the room. Although that kind of takes away some of the artistic expression. I think we talked about this on a past stream, or maybe it was just in private. But it was when I was watching RTX remixes of old games like Half-Life or Black Mesa more specifically, it took the art style out of the game. Because now, yes, this room in Black Mesa is lit specifically how it would be lit in real life, based on the materials, based on the lighting. It looks accurate to what it should look like if we were in this room in our world. But the art style is gone. It's no longer has the tint that it used to. It doesn't have the mood that it used to. Yes, it looks right. It looks accurate, but accurate's not always good. Like No Man's Sky has some of the most over-the-top fucking art style, but that's why No Man's Sky looks the way it does. Like, yeah, I'm sure that this planet shouldn't look this way. This doesn't make any sense. Doesn't fucking matter. It's a strike. Every planet, like we went to a planet, remember, that was fucking sepia tone. Does that make any sense? Probably not. I don't think I don't think no matter what, a planet could look sepia tone. But you know what? It was the first thing we noticed about that boring planet. It was a very boring planet. Other than that, but that was the first. That was the first thing that we're like, oh, what the fuck? It's like all color except for like maybe purples is gone. As soon as we enter this planet, it's like, is that realistic? Probably not. I don't think you could do that in real life. I don't think that could happen in real life, right? Unless you're colorblind. But it stood out. Accurate is not always good. And maybe there's ways to basically fake it even with the use of ray tracing. But then that kind of goes away with what the point of ray traced lighting is. Ray traced lighting is about making it look how it should. But that only works with certain kinds of games. Games that are going for a real look instead of a stylized look. Like I don't need Borderlands to have ray traced lighting. Borderlands is supposed to look stupid and goofy.
Yeah, it's meant to look like a comic book.
Exactly, that's literally its style. And a lot of these ray traced games are ruining it by. But part of it could be just because of laziness, because I'm sure that it doesn't have to look like that, and that you can still stylize even on top of the ray tracing. So it's probably a little bit of both. But still, a lot of developers, even seasoned developers, are just slapping a ray trace and saying, oh, there you go. But then it just doesn't, either it runs like shit, or it doesn't really look all that great, or at least not good enough to vouch for the fact that you're losing most of your frames. Like, there's been very few games where I could say the ray tracing was worth, the juice was even worth the squeeze. And you're squeezing a lot of fucking shit out of your graphics card when you turn those settings on. The last time I saw a game, and I've seen the comparisons, was Metro Exodus Enhanced Edition. Specifically, now the funny thing about this, if you look at comparisons, Metro Exodus Normal Edition had ray tracing. You could turn on ray tracing. So you think, okay, this is weird. What's the Enhanced Edition all about? Well, on top of the fact that the Enhanced Edition requires you to have RTX, it's always on. At the bare, even if you have it at the bare minimum. That's why they have the Enhanced Edition and in the regular edition, depending on what you got. right? But if you look at comparisons, it's more than just forced RTX. It is a completely different looking game. There are some sections where it almost looks like they completely remodeled some sections. And like the lighting is so striking. You walk up to a room that like these broken down like apocalyptic buildings, and there's like light shining in from outside through this open doorway, and then it's bouncing off this like orangey wall that then casts that orange light across the entire room and gives it this orange tinge, just like you would get in the real world. And it's like, oh, okay. That actually, you might not notice it unless you look at the comparison shots. But when you do notice it, you're like, okay, I can see where ray tracing actually makes sense and how it can make a tangible difference. But it's got to be applied in places where it makes sense. A fast-paced shooter doesn't need it. Call of Duty doesn't have it. As far as I'm concerned, there is no ray tracing. I think one of them, I don't think any of the modern games did, but I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but I think one of them might have had an option to turn on like ray traced shadows or something only in campaign. But
I don't follow it enough, so I don't know.
I don't remember. I could be wrong on that, but I think I remember that. But fast-paced multiplayer shooters don't need it. Now, could you argue maybe they should have had ray tracing for the campaign of Battlefield 6? Maybe. But Battlefield is already rife with having technical issues left and right. Let's not ask them to add things unless they absolutely can stomach it. Maybe they can add it later if they get the time. But if it's not important and it's going to take away from the overall quality of the game or them being able to implement something else that's way more important, then just leave it. It's not that big a deal. It doesn't mean that the game's living in the fucking past. Frostbite games are probably more technically sound or more technically ambitious than most Unreal Engine games these days. So I don't think it's needed. I think it was being blown out of proportion.
It was being blown. That's it.
Yeah, that's where I in the sense. I was being blown. So
it's fine. Let it. What are you saying?
I don't even know what's going on in the chat. I don't even want to know. I'm not even gonna let my mind wander on the bullshittery that's happening with these two in chat right now. Y'all are fucking stop it. Stop being horny. Do I have a sound effect that goes along with that? Let's see. No, this is for you, Skytex.
Shut up, bitch.
There, that's all you get. Or maybe this. Or that.
Damn.
That'll work. Anyway.
Get a room.
Yeah, get a room. Fucking.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Yeah, break time. By the way, Skytex, send me Reddit shit. Eventually, we're probably about coming up on Reddit roulette time. It's almost midnight, so send me shit. Yeah, get to work. Stop being horny. Stop beating your dick, and send me content. Send me content. God damn it, Alan. Well, you better be glad it's break time, so I can do it. Ew, woo. There you go. Fuck you. God damn it, Alan. You were supposed to be the chosen one. Run away, cares. Yeah, he's running away from you fucking degenerates. Y'all sicken me. Sicken me, I say. Sicken me. Jesus. Where's Alan? I don't know. He seems like he has the stream open on Twitch or whatever, just so he can farm points and make me say ooh woo. What a bitch. I haven't added that redeem here on YouTube because I'm rethinking how I can implement that redeem. Because right now it's literally just something you redeem and then I just do the thing. I was thinking of adding maybe a sound effect or something that pops up on screen whenever somebody redeems it. I'm still working on it. Okay. I've been slowly trying to get my redeems on YouTube, which by the way, for TISM Thursday, if you didn't already pick up on TISM Thursday, there is no sound redeems so that it doesn't interrupt the more show format that we go for on here. I always disabled those redeems for TISM Thursdays. So, just letting you know. Except sometimes when I forget. Although I just realized that my Oh, I get why. It's because I switched Stream Deck thing. I was wondering why it said sounds on my Stream Deck when I looking at Streamer Bot and the sounds are off, and that's because I switched to a different layout on Stream Deck, so it's not syncing that button. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Did you ever finish Skytex?
Yeah, well, he needs to finish sending Reddit stuff. Yeah. There was. I was trying to think. There was another thing about Battlefield that people were talking about, but I don't remember what it was.
It was the gun amount. They were bitching about that there was only 45 guns as opposed to 80 guns.
I thought we talked about that. Did we not talk about that last stream?
No, I think we just talked about that privately.
Did we? Oh,
Unless it was just a stream. It wasn't a TISM.
I thought we talked about it last stream. Oh,
Maybe we did. I don't know. You stream more than I have recently.
I don't know.
More.
I always forget when and where I talk about things. But yeah, obviously I've seen some people have bad takes about being mad about the amount of weapons in Battlefield 6, which as I said before when we talked about it, bro, I would rather have less weapons if they're all actually usable. Battlefield 4 had like 80 something weapons. I don't even know, like over 100 probably. It was a lot. And I'm going to tell you, barely any of them got used. People use like 3 weapons. They use like an Ace 23, an AEK. Fuck, I can't remember the other weapon. But people didn't use all that many different weapons. There's too many fucking weapons. There is such thing. 40 or 50 something weapons that's been leaked or whatever from Battlefield Labs. And that's assuming that those weapons in Battlefield Labs are the only weapons and there's not more that's going to be there at launch. That's already a good baseline. That's way more than 2042, and that's more than Battlefield 1 had. Pretty sure, if I remember correctly, like, because Battlefield 1 had like the variants of weapons. So I don't know if I look this up if they're going to count the variants. Let's see, how many weapons did Battlefield 1 have at launch?
I was gonna say, should I refer to the amount of weapons that were in GoldenEye 64?
2.
No, there was. Well, there was. Let's see here.
Let's see. I guess I'm gonna have to count these fucking. Let's see, 12 gauge. That's. I'm just gonna count primaries though, not the fucking secondaries. This was in launch. That's 1. That was not at launch. This one was 2. That's 3. That wasn't in at launch.
You're not gonna go through all these.
That's 4. That's 5. That's 6. That's 7. That wasn't. That's 8. 9. 10, 11, 12. That was not
Product placement.
See, that one was not, I don't think. 13, 14. That was not 15, 16, 17. I'm only counting maybe 17 primary weapons. Maybe give or take a few. But from what I can see, if you don't count variants, there's only 17 primary weapons in Battlefield 1 at its launch. Of course, it had more by the end of the game, but it had about maybe, I would say, estimate 20 primaries. There was a decent amount of secondaries, but I don't really count that because, I mean, yeah, secondaries are cool to have in the game, but I mostly care about the primary weapons. I don't remember.
17's fine.
I don't remember how many of the current number for Battlefield 6 is primaries versus secondaries. I know there's like at least 4 secondaries. I'm trying to think. There's 2 revolvers, 1911, 5.7. The one that we used in the beta, that's already 5 right there. I don't. I don't think there was a sixth. There might be the
There's
sixth.
more than enough.
There's at least like a handful of handguns at launch. So most of the weapons are primaries. It was a decent amount, and there was very much a good variety, I would say. Now, there was nothing super out there. I wish they would explore some more like out there weaponry, you know, some stuff that's real or maybe even prototypes of weapons, which is what they mostly did with Battlefield 1. A lot of Battlefield 1's weapons technically only existed as either prototypes or concepts during that period, or weapons that at that time were kind of like being prototyped and worked on, but never actually saw any actual like battle. Like the Hell Regal 1915 that you see on here. This, I don't think there's any working version of this in real life. There's only like a photo. Even the way that they load the magazine isn't even probably accurate to how it was in real life, because it was basically just something they saw in the photo. It was kind of like a prototype or a concept for a weapon that never really became a thing, at least not during World War One. So that's how they were able to get away with this. But today, man, there's literally so many fucking weapons that you can probably pull from every different nation, even weird shit that's never actually been manufactured. Now, obviously, I would say these days there's probably not as many unique weapons, because let's be honest, everything's either an AR-15 or just simple magazine-fed assault rifle. There's not really a bunch of like weird shit out there. At least for like assault rifle, maybe for sniper rifles. They got some weird sniper rifles, like the Lynx. That's a weird ass sniper rifle. Have you seen that thing? They put it in 2042. It's a 50 cal bullpup sniper rifle.
Okay.
But the weird thing about it is the entire barrel retracts into the gun. So you can actually push the barrel into the gun and store it that way. But also on every shot, as part of the long recoil system, the entire barrel pushes back into the gun. That's
a cannon.
But yes, actually, you're right. It works just like some cannons work or some artilleries work.
Yeah, the most of the mortar artillery still utilize like a retracting cannon. They have to like dig them into the ground and bury them because the force is so large from the powder.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool fucking weapon. But it's actually seen. Well, I don't know if it's seen war, if it's been in a war, but it has been manufactured. I think I hear that Canada bought a bunch of them. It's I forgot what country the Lynx comes from. It's from some European country or something. I don't know. It's cool. This was a cool weapon in Battlefield 1. This was the Obrez pistol. It's basically I believe it's a Mosin Nagant that they sawed off the barrel to make it a sidearm.
Damn.
So they made a bolt action sniper pistol. That's a fun weapon to use in Battlefield 1. Just for the novelty of being able to no scope somebody with a fucking pistol sniper. I don't know. Battlefield 6 has enough weapons, is all I'm trying to say, from what we've seen, and they're gonna add more. We're probably going to be probably 20, 30 more by the time that the game is like done and finished. I feel like people are just asking for way too much. I think that's been my biggest thing I've been complaining about the community that I've seen on like social media and stuff. And yes, it's because it's Twitter and social media and everybody's fucking negative all the goddamn time. But people are finding things to complain about. People don't take no time to actually say good things about Battlefield 6. They're like, oh, the weapons are not enough weapons. Oh, there's not enough big maps. Oh, there's not this. Oh, there's not that. There's no ray tracing. There's just like, can you say something good? God, it's like the internet's like Billy. The internet's got the Billy. Everything bad. Everything sucks. What the fuck, bro? Can y'all say something good? Or do y'all like anything? Do y'all literally like anything? Oh, the movement should be slower. The movement should be faster. It needs to have a battle royale. It doesn't need to have a battle royale. This and that. I'm like, golly, can y'all ever just enjoy something for one moment in your life? Jesus Christ.
No, they can't.
Not every game can be everything. It's called concessions. It's called compromises. Everything. When you don't have compromises, you end up with Star Citizen. You have to have literally everything all at once. It's called feature creep, and trying to add literally everything. It's annoying. Look, I would love for Battlefield to be perfect, but it's never gonna be perfect. It's DICE. It's EA. At some point, you have to be like, you know what? It's good enough. I can't have everything. Even Battlefield 1, as good of a game as it was, it definitely had a lot of issues. The gunplay had way too much spread. There was issues with all kinds of things with the game. The fucking heavy bomber was cheese and broken and still is to this day. There's problems with that game, but it's a good game. It's good enough. Battlefield 3 had a lot of issues. If I take off my rose-tinted glasses, that game had issues out the wazoo. Some of them were patched. Some of them were not patched.
Can you take them off your model?
These are purple tinted glasses, not rose tinted. Fuck you.
Okay, yeah, never mind.
You thought you had me in a gotcha moment. Fuck
Well,
you.
actually, I was more curious if like you could just like toggle them off and back on.
Actually, no, but no, that's not the toggle. Yeah, see, I can toggle them off. My face kind of looks kind of weird without them, though. My face looks like incomplete without them. But yes, I can toggle the glasses off. But why would I?
Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of like me taking my glasses off.
Yeah, I'm really glad that I added the glasses to the design, because I feel like without them, the face, it just, I don't know if it's probably partially my fault for not having enough details on the face, because I'm not, I think I know why. I didn't add no details to the cheek area. That was the problem. I didn't add any kind of like little bit of like definition to show that I had cheeks, so it just looks flat, but that's because I went for a flat art design, whatever. But yes, I can turn my glasses off. Joke's on you, Karis. But according to the hexadecimal color using the eyedropper, these are not rose tinted. I told you to add your beard, but no. Nah. I have stubble. My character has stubble. I didn't really need a beard. Because you have no facial hair, because you aren't a real man. I wanted to go with the no facial hair look for this character. Okay? A little bit of a change up versus the previous character that did have at least a slight beard. It was comparable to the beard that I actually had at the time. Anyways. I'm off my soapbox now.
That's fine. I see some of the Reddits in there.
Yeah,
and I'm just like, oh, we're going down this rabbit hole.
It's gonna be fun. It always is.
I'm getting my chocolate. I gotta poison my brain with some comfort.
Chocolate. It'll make you live forever. I'll take one. Oh, that daughter really hated her mom. Haven't you ever met a bitch that looks like that old woman? She looks like nothing but a spine.
If I did, I don't remember.
The purple glasses and earrings look. What are you talking about, stink bug? I had to add some accessories, okay? As I was iterating on the design. Skytech saw my entire thought process as I was designing the character. Took a lot of iterations and brainstorming, okay? I came up with something that was good enough. I don't even use it very often. I only use it for TISM Thursday now, so you don't even have to look at it all that often. Does that mean that I basically wasted money on something I use maybe once a week? Yes. But that's just life. I waste a lot of money on a lot of things. I mean, shit, I just spent $90 on those damn pills that you sent me. I really hope that they do something, because goddamn, $90, that hurt.
It hurt me, but I still take them.
Well, I haven't gotten an erection that lasts more than 4 hours, so far so good. I literally, after I bought them though, I started to look up articles, and there's differing opinions whether it's a placebo or if the supplements do literally anything.
Well, that's why I did multiple tests. I I did like 2 weeks with on, and then like 2 weeks off. And I don't know if like Skytex or Scala couldn't even test. Like I had a mood swing, so I knew some shit was happening. I was like, oh, this is really fucking affecting me. I need to be on these pills.
It's like
That was just me.
when you read it online, it's hard to figure out what is something that you should take as gospel and what you should just be like, that's just internet theorizing and stuff. Because like some people are like, well, if they were really that good, then why doesn't everybody take them?
Oh god, the one size fits all argument. No, that shit needs to burn on the stake.
Well, I've heard
That's the
I've
one
heard a
size fits
lot
all.
of things about supplements in general because they're not regulated by the FDA and they're not like actual like drugs. So therefore a lot of people are like, I've seen a lot of things about like, do multivitamins do anything? Do any supplements not regulated by the FDA actually do anything because they're not regulated by the FDA and they haven't been approved by the government? But then you could also argue the reason why these are not approved by FDA is because, I don't know, there's a lot of corruption and stuff. Who the fuck knows? And yes, there isn't actual testosterone in these pills. It literally says it's a testosterone booster. What that means, I don't fucking know, because they have all this marketing stuff on the bottle, like it's got this patented chemical that we created, kind of like when Bang was like super creatine, which it got sued for, which is why they went bankrupt, by the way, and got bought by Monster Energy, because of the super creatine thing. But it's similar. It's like when they come, who knows? It's hard to say. They don't have actual testosterone in it, obviously. Do they help? I don't fucking know. Do multivitamins help? I don't know. Who's to say? Because then you have the company GNC who's like, well, we have peer-reviewed studies. Here's our methodology. We had 2 groups, a control group, blah blah blah, and we saw these results. I'm like, yeah, but you guys are the ones releasing the product, so how can I really trust your guys's stuff? Because of course you're gonna want to say that you peer reviewed it and stuff because you want to sell them. So it's like, who do I believe? Random people on the internet or the company that makes it? Where is the truth? I don't know.
Truth lies somewhere in the middle. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah, probably. You can do TRT through a clinic for like $200 a month. Is that with or without insurance? I don't know. The worst case scenario, I waste $90. I've wasted worse on things that brought no benefit to me. So it's like, if it doesn't work literally at all, then whatever. I guess I'll just fall back on what I was going to do anyways, which was actually see a real doctor, which I really probably should just see a real doctor in general. But, nobody likes having to go to the doctor. Look, Ginger, here's a trick to get your testosterone up. Hook up with a massive meathead that's in the gym 7 days a week and is jacked. Suck him off daily and you get the test from his balls. I don't think that's how that works. And that's steroids and testosterone are not the same thing, Skytex. Steroids makes your balls shrivel up and increases your chances of prostate cancer, butt cancer.
Oh, you're talking about like gear kind of thing that Cody talks about.
Well,
Yeah,
just
that's
steroids in
different.
general are bad for you. Well, the way that they're used in the gym. Obviously, steroids have their use in medical, but they're not really supposed to be used for fucking gaining muscle. Technically, that's not what they're really meant for, and that's why there's so many side effects, and you end up with a lot of like people like meatheads who end up having so many problems because of it. Like, there's a theory that Chris Benoit, the reason why he ended up crashing out and killing himself and his family was partially because of the multiple concussions he had from wrestling, mostly because he had a fucking finisher where he headbutted somebody off the top rope, which I would imagine if you flubbed that up, you would cause concussions. But people are saying it's a mixture of that and steroid rage that made him do what he did. I don't know. I even have a friend whose brother was showing us all of his like steroids he does and whatnot. I don't want to be on steroids. I'm not trying to build muscle. I'm just trying to be normal. That's literally it. I don't want to build muscle and shit. I want to be normal. Because your body is a temple. If anything gets out of balance, things get really bad really fast. If you don't have enough testosterone, bad things happen. If you don't have enough, bad things happen. If you have too much, bad things happen. Everything has got to be balanced out, or else you're going to have a very bad time.
Yay for normal.
Yay for normal. I mean, I can never be normal because autism, but that's fine. Like restraining orders and protection. What are you talking about? You need a blood test to check your testosterone and free testosterone levels? Yeah, I need to go to the doctor. I know I've been putting it off. I haven't been to the doctor for a checkup in a long time. Probably since I was a kid. Like a checkup from an actual, whatever they call the people who do, like, general checkups. What is it? I don't even know. What if I call the doctor, what do I even ask for? That's the thing. I don't know what to do. Because I don't want a page to just go and they're going to take my height and weight. I want the person who's going to do the blood test and tell me what needs to be done. What do I ask for? A general...
You want a family physician.
Yeah, do I ask for a physician, a practitioner? Like, what the fuck am I asking for?
Oh, those are just titles, but you want someone who's going to take history of your health. They'll probably go in your diet. You want someone who will, like, tailor something. If that's where you want to go, then it might be multiple visits. So yeah, hope your insurance covers it, because money.
I don't know. I got Blue Cross. I haven't read the documents, man. They always have, like, things and little fine prints in there. As for Nick Rekieta, I don't think he's a doctor. He's a lawyer. Was a lawyer. Is a lawyer. Is he still a lawyer? Did he have was he disbarred? I don't even know. You gotta establish care with a primary care physician. I'll have to work on that. I'll keep updates if I ever do that. I do need to do that, and I need to go to the dentist. I am not taking care of my health, and that's going to come back to bite me because I'm almost 30 years old. It is what it is. Benoit was on trend. That makes sense. If you add that with all the concussions that man had, that's what happens when you abuse any drug, really. And a lot of bodybuilders and stuff and people in, like, physical types of stuff, they abuse fucking steroids and things of that nature. What's it? I forget what the wrestler's name is. There's a wrestler that has a pretty big channel where he pulls back the curtain of the WWE and, like, professional wrestling. I forgot what. Maven. He was in wrestling during the Ruthless Aggression era. He's in, like, one or two of the games, so he was big enough. But he talks about how he didn't use steroids when he first got into WWE, and then he talked about how he got on steroids, and he shows, like, before and afters of, like, what he looked like on steroids before compared to before. Obviously, he wasn't advocating for it, and he said that in the video, but he was talking about his experience doing steroids while in the WWE.
Damn.
So, yeah, I figured it out after a second. After 30 years old, testosterone decreases 1% per year. That's what it says. That's even what it says on the bottle. Obviously, that's marketing stuff. Like, do you know that it decreases? I'm like, I feel like my testosterone probably already low, and I'm like, not even. I'm about to be 29. Like, maybe. I mean, shit. That could be the reason why I have ED and stuff like that. Well, wouldn't fucking doubt it. I don't know. The body is very fucking complicated.
Yes, it is.
That's why we have people that go six figures in debt to hopefully solve our medical issues. We have the technology. Anyways, enough ranting and TISM about that. How about we get on to Reddit Roulette? Why don't we see what the fuck Skytex cooked up for us? Let's see here. Let's start clicking on some of these and diving down the madness. Last stream we ran into some interesting ones, to say the least. Let's see. So let me move over for this one. Let's see. Move that over. Let's see. Okay. All right. The first one we have up is from our favorite subreddit, of course, r/Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for breaking up with my boyfriend because he expected me to do his laundry just because I'm the woman? Yes, because you are expected to do the laundry. Okay, I'm joking. Let's read it. Let's hear her out. Okay, let's hear her out. But yes, you are expected to do the laundry. But let's hear you out. I'm a 19-year-old female. My boyfriend is 23. When we first started dating, things were really good. It's called the honeymoon phase, but okay. We split a lot of things evenly, and I thought we had a mutual respect for each other. There was your first mistake. But slowly, little comments started slipping in like, that's a woman's job, based. Or my mom always did that. At first, I brushed it off thinking he was joking, but it got worse when it came to his laundry. He straight up told me one day, that's just what women do in relationships. I don't mind helping my partner, I really don't, but the way he said it made me feel like he didn't see me as his equal, just someone to clean up after him. I asked him if he would ever do mine, and he laughed and said no, because that's not a man's responsibility. That was the breaking point for me. It wasn't about the clothes, it was about the respect. Now he's telling our friends and even his family that I ended things over something as dumb as laundry. But it's not dumb. It's about the mindset behind it. If he couldn't value me in a small everyday thing, how could I trust him to respect me in a bigger, more important parts of life? Honestly, I feel like I saved myself a lifetime of being taken for granted. But part of me wonders if people will think I'm petty for leaving over this. Would you have walked away too? I mean, if we take out the sexism, I would say you're not the asshole here. I mean,
No.
like I said, if you take the sexism out of it, he's just being disrespectful. Why be with a partner that's disrespectful? Even if we're not gonna go from the misogynistic, sexist angle, he's a dickhead. I don't think anybody is like expected to do something, regardless of gender or whatever. Like, do your fucking laundry. You're a grown fucking man. Do your goddamn laundry. What you want?
Skytex,
what?
search your hole and know your role.
You want? God, you know what? I got something for you again, Skytex.
Shut up, bitch.
There you go. There you go. Anyways, he's just being a dickhead. Do your own fucking laundry. What you gonna? If you didn't have a girlfriend, what's he gonna do? He's gonna call his mama over, be like, Mama, it's a woman's job, so can you come do my laundry? It's not a man's responsibility. Come do my laundry.
It would be one thing if this little spat was just an inside joke between them, but it sounds like he's spread this out and he's creating this lore with other people because of the breakup over the fact that either he is aware of what he did or he isn't aware and she dodged a bullet. Either way.
By the way, Skytex, nobody can get those stains out of your underwear. That's impossible. Even the strongest bleach in the world, even sulfuric acid couldn't get those stains out. So good luck. Good luck with that one, buddy. Yeah, it's just, like she said near the end, it's a respect thing. He's just a dick. Not, once again, without bringing up the whole leftist, sexism, blah, 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 he's just a dickhead. And if he's gonna be a dickhead this early on, then why marry this motherfucker? Because it's just gonna get worse. It's a slippery slope. It's gonna get worse. What else is he gonna tell you? It's your responsibility to do. So
Everything. Yeah.
he needs to be a man and do his own fucking laundry. Like, yeah, I pay my mom to clean my apartment, but that's not because it's a woman's job. It's because I'm a lazy fucking piece of shit. I don't want to do it. So I pay somebody to do a job I don't want to do. It's like doing my oil. I can do my oil. I don't want to. So guess what? I pay somebody to do my oil. So, but not because somebody's expected to do it.
Reasonable.
Yeah. That's why I sell my used undies on eBay to buy new ones. Okay. Alrighty, buddy. But that's all. That's pretty much what I have to say. And I don't even think the comments, this is pretty much a pretty cut and dry situation. Disrespectful partner, kick him out the door and move on to somebody that's more respectful.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, you're going to do this thing because I said so.
Because you're a woman. Know your place and role, woman.
Know your role, bitch. Jabroni. Like, nah. But he's being a child. Now he's not gonna have nobody to do his laundry ever. Now he's gonna really have to do his laundry himself. So
there was what was it? Stinkbug said it's because he's trying to say he doesn't know. If he doesn't know how to do his laundry, he's fucked.
What do you mean how? I mean, yes, there is intricacies to how to properly do your laundry, I guess. I don't care. You know what I do? I throw a Tide Pod in the goddamn washer. I throw the clothes in the washer, and I turn it on. That's it. That's how you wash clothes. You could argue, okay, well, there's more intricacies. You need to look at how some need to be washed like this, some need to be washed like that, separate the colors from the whites, but bippity boppity boo. But I don't. I've never had any adverse effects. Yes, am I probably damaging my clothes by not washing them properly? Maybe. Do I care? No.
The closest I've actually seen where that would apply is new clothes. New clothes, you don't want to really mix colors. You want to use certain temperatures because there's like the preservative compound that's in the brand new clothing. But once you put them through the wash, like once or twice, you use them for whatever. There's also the shrink phase when you're going through them, you using too much hot water or first, like there's the initial wash phase of getting them to break in. But after that, it's whatever. Like wash them at 300-degree temperature if you want. Like,
yeah, fucking pour fucking sulfuric acid on it. Who the fuck cares? You know, at the end of the day, I don't care that much. I barely ever buy new clothes. I'm still wearing clothes from when I was in high school. Most of my jeans are from when I was in high school. It's whatever gets them clean and smelly good and get the sweat stain or whatever and get my skid marks off my underwear. I don't fucking know. That's all I care about. Anyways, not the asshole. Next. Oh, a video game related one. Okay. Interesting. Am I the asshole for just wanting to play Destiny 2? Yes, because you're playing a bad game. Stop playing Destiny 2.
All right, we're done with that one.
Moving on. On to the next one. No, okay. Let's hear them out. For context, I am autistic. Well, you play Destiny 2, so I could have already guessed that. So, congratulations. My girlfriend recently moved in with me after we discovered she was pregnant. Oh man, more autist babies. Coming from a religious family, we decided to try and speedrun marriage. Why would you do that? It's been a blessing, but as I'm autistic and have difficulty regulating my emotions, and I found playing Destiny 2 really helps. My wife is soon to pop, which is exciting. This is the most autistic way to say that your wife's about to give birth, but okay. You didn't even have to tell me you're autistic. I'm reading it, buddy. I'm in tune with your autism as somebody with extra chromosomes myself. I'm right there with you. She's about to pop. Okay, she's not a balloon, but okay. But she says I'm immature just because I want to play games. Oh no, I see where this is going. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me because I work part-time at a movie theater. I love film. Also very autistic. I'm reading the signs here. And their parents help bankroll our home. Why? So I don't feel like I need a bigger job. Anyway, she has a degree and I don't. I feel college is for suckers, based. And it's a waste of time, based. I'll make enough money that I can do groceries and some of our bills without help. But she feels like Destiny 2 has consumed a lot of my time and that I won't be an adequate father. I mean, you kind of do have to give up a lot of time to play Destiny 2. It's like a full-time job, but as somebody who played it, and I wasn't even that deep into it like my brother, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me because my dad played games back on the PS2 and that turned out just fine. Depends on what he was playing. My grandpa used to play Bass Pro Fishing and Slugfest. It depends on what he was playing. And my grandma would play World Championship of Poker, 2005 or something like that. It depends on what they're playing. I tried not playing Destiny 2 for a week and I felt overstimulated the whole time, like I was about to pop myself. There we go again with the pop. I guess the crux of the story came when an emergency happened with her. I won't get into much detail, but she needed to go to the hospital. I was in the middle of a raid, and I told my clanmates I'd be right back, as I had to take her to the hospital. They're very understanding, but my girlfriend, or rather my wife, was very upset. She said that I probably won't be right back, and asked me why I would say that. I informed her I'd drop her off at the hospital, drive back home to finish up the raid, and then come back to join her at the hospital. This man has priorities! I love it! I love it!
What the
At this point, she was livid and blew up at me, which to me, I feel was dangerous for the baby. And feeling overwhelmed, I went nonverbal. I decided she was right and stuck with her at the hospital anyways. And luckily, everything was fine. But after we went back home, she hasn't spoken to me at all. It's been about 6 hours now, and I figured I'd come here before I play to calm my nerves. Damn, he's still gonna play. He's still thinking about Destiny 2. What the hell? I don't even know. At first, I was like, okay, she's being that dumb bitch kind of mentality where it's like, you're too old to be playing games. That's childish. Bitch, shut. Rock, you know what to say, right?
Shut up, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Shut up.
41 here. I still play games that are 20 plus years old. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, bitch. It's childish. Okay. I thought we were in the 2020s, not the 1920s. Calm the fuck down, Susan.
That is the only thing that I'm gonna say in counter that. But so far, he is pretty immature about this whole situation. He does not realize what
he's autistic.
Yes,
maybe she shouldn't be with an autistic man if she can't handle the autism. His priorities are going to be in other places. It's just how it is, man. She's like my ex-girlfriend, where she didn't understand the intricacies of autism and fucking brain being on a completely different plane of existence than her own. So, he's a butthole for seeming to care a lot more about finishing that Destiny 2 raid, which I understand Destiny 2 raids are a pretty big deal, okay? That is a time investment. My brother could attest to that. That is a time sink. That is hours of your day taken out to do those raids. You gotta get those drops, man. You gotta get those legendary rolls of loot. Okay, you gotta get that loot so you can go into the Crucible and shit on people and then teabag them afterwards. Trust me, I understand. But Jesus.
I played Destiny 2 as well, so
the concept of saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna drop you off at the hospital and come back and finish this raid.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, whoa, okay. Even I can say, okay, buddy, you're going to the hospital. You should know it's over. Your day's done. The day is over. It doesn't matter what it is. If you're going to the hospital for any reason, the day is over. Like, you're not doing anything. Yeah. You're not getting any work done. It's a wrap. It's just how it is. When I took my brother to the ER because his hand was in such pain that he couldn't take it anymore. I think it was like probably 8 o'clock or something. We didn't leave there until I think probably after midnight for something that he didn't even have all that much done. My day was a wrap. It sucked. Do you think I enjoyed it? No, I did not. I would have rather been laying in bed. But I was like, well, that's my brother. He needs my help. I'm going to take him to the hospital. I'm not going to complain about it. It's just, it is what it is. I get that the hospital sucks. I get that you wanted to finish your raid and get your loot, but unfortunately, man, maybe you shouldn't be in a relationship if you're not willing to give up those Destiny 2 raids. I don't know, man. I understand where you're coming from, brother. I understand the TISM brain, but
as someone who has raised a child, not like a teenager, a child, your hobbies do not exist until you have done the duty of taking care of the child. It doesn't matter what time of day it is. I've been waking up at like 2 or 3 in the morning because my stepson didn't make it to the bathroom in time and projectile vomited on the door jamb. And he had to go to school in the morning, and I had to go to work in the morning. Guess what? I still got to clean that mess up. I still got to make sure and take care of him. I've got to do that.
No. It's like last week's story where the guy pissed in bed. You just throw a towel down, or like Adam Sandler, you just throw some paper towels on it, or no paper towels, newspaper, and just be like, all right, well, we'll deal with this later.
That was some serious autism. That guy. Oh, he's fine. Just go to
bed. It's just a little bit of piss. What are you afraid of piss? Come on, we're married. My piss is your piss now. We have mutual piss. We share everything, right? We share money.
We share
the piss corner. And I guess in this case, the piss bed. I don't know. I wouldn't call him an asshole. He's obviously just being an autistic person who is completely disconnected from the fact that, bro, it's time to give up that Destiny 2. I'm sorry, brother. You're now having a child. You already fucked up. You're having a child. There is no more Destiny 2. You better get used to no more raids, no more strike missions, no more. No more Crucible, no more Trials of Osiris. It's done. You're a father now. You're not playing nothing. You can play cookie clicker on your phone while you're coaxing your baby to bed so he doesn't scream your ears off. You're going to be overstimulated in the worst kinds of ways every night and day. I'm sorry. It is what it is. You've kind of fucked up by even having a child with this woman because you obviously are not ready for what's about to come.
He's 22. He has not experienced jack fucking shit of life. He hasn't even left the womb yet in terms of naivety of experiencing life. So he needs to get slapped around with reality first. And what it's going to probably involve is her just packing her bags and saying, okay, I'm done. Goodbye.
Well, I mean, it's kind of too late for that. He's already going to be a father. It's not that simple.
I've got some stories.
It's not that simple though anymore. It gets a little bit more complicated. If there wasn't a baby on the way, I would say either this is a time to talk to your partner or leave. But he's got to figure this out some way because it's already the point of no return. His literal now probably autistic spawn is now about to be popped out, as he puts it. So
I've got some stories that follow kind of along with this. My ex-wife had a son of someone who turned out to be pretty violent, and they were splitting up right after little guy was born. And it's like that's like fucked up timing, but that's what happened. He was getting violent. She didn't feel safe. The newborn, the spawn, the larva was there, and they had to get separated. That's just how it was. They could not live together. They both had their own autism, and they did not mesh well.
I also like how he says he doesn't need a better job. He's working part-time at a movie theater, so he's making probably minimum wage, and they have a baby on the way. The parents are held bankrolling the home. This is a disaster. This is what this sounds like. He's a part-time at the movie theater, so he's working probably minimum wage, making not a lot of money. The parents are currently bankrolling the home, and he's like, I don't feel like I need a bigger job. Bro, you got a baby on the way. It's time to give up that Destiny 2 and go get yourself a full-time real job, because I'm sorry, you're going to need some money, and not for the next Destiny 2 expansion pack. It's going to be for things that you're not going to like. You're going to have to buy diapers. You're going to have to buy cribs. You have to buy stupid fucking clothes that they're going to wear for like 2 months and they're going to outgrow it. You're going to have to buy diapers, baby powder, baby oil. No Diddy. But there is no more. Your life is over, buddy. I'm just trying. You know what? That's what the point I was trying to get to. Your life is over. You're having a baby. Life ceases. It's over. Why do you think I'm not having children? I hate the concept of thinking of having to spend money on a fucking demon spawn. My sperm should never become a living, talking creature. Do you want more of me running around in this world? No. So I'm not gonna do it because I know I can't handle it. Why? This guy should have put that condom on. Instead, he decided to autistically burst inside of another woman, and now. He's more focused. He's focused on getting that Destiny 2 loot. You better worry about what rarity your child's gonna be popped out as. Is it gonna be a legendary? Is it gonna be a common? What are you gonna get? What role are you gonna get? Like there's some RNG here. Are you gonna get a school shooter? Or are you gonna get a meth addict? Like who the fuck knows?
Are you gonna get a legendary? No, if he's already autistic and she's probably got some autism, you're getting like some inversion. You're gonna get a rare.
Oh yeah, rare. I love it when my children come out as a blue. Yay. Some girl's gonna go rub her naked vagina against a trailer wall and a new ginger will spawn. I don't think I'm legally obligated to take care of that child. If a child showed up right now and said, Dad, I'll be like, get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna punch you just like this is ATV Off-Road Fury and you just reach the end of the map. You're getting punted to the other side of the goddamn city. The other side of the state. Get the fuck away from me. Now it's $800 a month every month for 18 years. Yeah, so if if they break up, he's still not gonna have no money for Destiny 2 expansions. Cause now he's gonna have to spend that on child support. You're fucked, buddy. I'm sorry, I understand your TISM, but you're fucked. No more Destiny 2.
He is the asshole, in my opinion.
Yes. I want to see what the comments say about this. This has to be rage bait. I feel sorry for your wife and future kid. I'm sorry. Such an autistic response. I'm sorry. 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 Sorry.
Damn.
Say sorry to your wife. You're disappointing her, not me. And stop making being autistic an excuse. You're a grown man with a wife and a baby on the way. Time to grow up. Okay, you're right.
Nope. That's your that's cope right there to use the phrase.
All this person's responses are very autistic. This one can't be real. It unfortunately is. Based on the previous comment, I'm assuming you guys aren't happy with me. I'm sorry. This is such autism. You're the asshole. OP, you didn't turn out fine. Yeah, I would say that. Anyone who has ever played Destiny 2 or done raids on Destiny 2 knows for a fact that the game does not regulate a person's mood in a good way. The game only has negative effects on people's moods. It causes irritability. True! Based! This person understands Destiny. I play a lot of games myself, OP. I need to keep myself balanced and not get overwhelmed too. So I understand this much. Committing all your free time to one game isn't healthy. You need to play a variety. You also need to find other ways away from gaming of managing your symptoms when feeling overwhelmed. Try watching TV or doing a puzzle. Who the fuck? Puzzle? What am I, fucking 80? I don't want to do 1 million piece white kittens and white snow fucking bullshit. Fucking white kittens and yellow, what the fuck? I don't know.
300 piece. It's fine.
White kids in a white neighborhood. I don't fucking know what kind of puzzles we're doing these days. When that kid arrives, you need to know that your kid is your priority over everything else. You're going to have to speak to it even though you can't understand it. And it can't understand you. You're going to have to feed it, dress it, change its diapers, read to it, watch over it while it goes to sleep. It's like a cat. It's going to greatly hinder your ability to play games. You'll have to do these things daily. When that kid is around you, it means it's time to put the controller down and interact with it. I didn't realize this would be so hard, but you're right. I'll try to limit myself. Sorry.
No, he's lying.
I don't understand why she says I'm immature. I work wait. This is what? Oh, I think they're trying to quote them, but they didn't put the quotes. I don't understand why she says I'm immature. I work part-time because her parents pay for us and I play video games and was going to leave my pregnant girlfriend in the hospital who's ready to pop all alone. But I promise I'm not I'm not childish. You're the asshole. Ripperoni. I know why Skytex picked that one. That's not me. Well, actually, this would be me, but this is why I don't have children. Duh. I make the logical choice not to put myself in this kind of situation.
You're taking your sugar mama to the hospital because she's ready to pop, and like TISM is already going, and I'm trying to keep the show going, and you come on the mic and you say, "Oh, I'll be right back, guys. I'm just gonna drop her off at the hospital."
Oh yeah,
and I'm just sitting there, just like trying to diffuse.
Oh yeah, just imagine. Hey guys, little break here on TISM Thursday. My wife is bleeding out all over my nice wood floors. I just mopped and waxed. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I promise. Imagine. Or Billy. If Billy had a kid, Billy would be like, sorry, Camelot is live right now. No, sorry, wife. Camelot 331 is streaming right now. We need to keep the streak alive. Fucking facts. True.
God damn.
These are all truths. We can't even say that these are not true because they are true. Okay, this has
gone surreal.
This is a good one right here. That was a good one. You're not fired this stream, Skytex. Maybe next stream, but stop being horny. Anyways,
I have played I played Skytex.
I played Skytex. What does that even mean?
I don't know. I played Destiny 2 just enough, especially some of those raids that are like 4. I've heard that there are like 12-hour plus raids. I haven't done that shit. I've just done like the 4-hour plus ones. I'm a busy motherfucker. I am like, No.
Oh, Karis,
No.
you don't understand. A lot of times you're doing those raids multiple times. Because what if you get a bad
Oh, I
drop?
know.
What if you get a bad drop? You gotta do it again.
Yep.
And
I
again,
know.
and again, and again,
I know.
and again, and again, and again, and again.
I know someone who they're much younger than me. They're much younger than all of us. They're around the same, like early to mid 20s. I don't really talk to them anymore because they also have like a bad situation going on. But they would tell me about like 12 to 14 hour raids, and I'm thinking everything that I have to do in my life, I wouldn't be able to do that. I would not be able to do that.
I have to get out. I have to put on a diaper and get out the shit bucket for that. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like turtling here. I'm fucking prairie dog in here, and I'm like, I gotta get this health bar down. No. Oh, teammates, I can feel it coming out. It's peeking its head. I'm giving birth. You finally finished the raid. You just got like 3 turds sitting in your pants.
Jeez. We need formula. The baby is starving, but the streak is gonna die. God damn.
No, I gotta keep the streak up. No. Naked snake. Naked snake.
Let it die.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Here's another good one. R/ Mighty Asshole. Mighty Asshole for breaking up with my girlfriend because she was into age play. God damn it, SkyTex.
What kind of age play?
Why? You know what? That's it. I'm going to palm all my sound effects all at once. Just for this. There we go. No. And that was the only warning that you guys got before I did it. Anyways, backstory. Me and my girlfriend were together for a year. Everything was fine. But then she told me one day that she liked to behave like a child only during sex. No, that's the worst time to be acting like a baby. She went into detail and said she wanted to wear childish underwear, make her voice squeaky during her moans, and to call me daddy.
Oh no, I know what this is.
Daddy issues. We sat and spoke for a few hours about this. I told her I didn't like the idea of it and I wouldn't be involved in it. She got offended and started calling me names, which resulted into an argument. She left, came back an hour later, and asked why we couldn't compromise on it. I took into account that she had a traumatic childhood. Oh, yeah, don't say, chump. Which could play into the reason she likes age play, but then again, it feels wrong for me to go along with it. I'm not into that stuff. The entire year we were together, our sex was normal. Asked her how long she liked age play, and she said before we got together, and the reason she didn't tell me was because she expected me not to like it, which she was right. I don't hate her. We ended on good terms, but am I the asshole? No. Well, okay, let's just take the age play out of this. If your partner is into something sexually that you can't satisfy and it's going to be an issue, you're not really the asshole for being like, okay, well, we're not sexually compatible, and sex is what people like to be like, sex is not a big thing. Yes, it is. Even in the fucking Bible, even the fucking Bible, sex is actually an important part of a married couple. It's actually very big, right? So if even religion says that sex is important, then outside of that, sex is very fucking important. If you're not compatible, whether it be your kinks, your fetishes, the things you like in bed, the way you like to have sex is not compatible, if your libidos are not syncing up, then it's best just end the relationship because it's going to cause problems whether you like it or not. But then you start getting into these weird kinks and fetishes, and it opens up a whole other can of worms. This one is my boundary. I can try some new fetishes here and there, and I have with my ex-girlfriend or whatever. This isn't just some vanilla shit like choking or something. I've tried, the choking and the like very like I guess light slapping. I've tried some of that stuff. But now when you start saying like I want to wear like childish clothes and speak and go goo goo gaga. No, I don't want to fantasize about fucking a. I'm not even gonna say it because it's
clip
TOS.
That, please?
No, don't clip that. Don't clip that. You're fired. You're fired. I knew I was going to fire you this stream. You're fired. Get out of here. But when you start getting into that shit, nah, I'm sorry. I don't want to. The last thing I want while I'm taking a girl to Pound Town is goo goo gaga, daddy. No, stop.
Not into the ABDL.
No, a traumatic childhood is a fucking understatement. It's called therapy. Go to therapy now. Do not collect $200. Therapy. You no. I mean, most kinks are derived from some kind of trauma. I know some people have tried to dispute me on this, but about that, and I'm like, no, I am objectively right. All kinks, that's the definition of a kink, basically. All kinks are based on some kind of experience you've had in your life. That's why we call it a kink, right? Fetishes, a lot of fetishes are the exact same way. Maybe less to a lesser extent, but it's the same way. Like people who are usually into BDSM being beat and stuff is because they are a victim of abuse or something. And you know, it ain't my fun. That I can kind of, I guess, indulge in a little bit. But then you got these people that are into this kind of stuff, ABDL, knife play, blood play, extreme hardcore shit, like being tied up and fucking whipped with a goddamn whip and fucking punched in the face to the point where they get a black eye. Like there's some people with some really fucked up kinks out there. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not. Nope, I'm not getting on that. You can, if this was a train, I'm hopping off the train at full speed. I don't care if I hit the tracks and roll under it. I'm hopping off. I'm getting off the Amtrak. The fucking food is not worth it. I'm off.
You don't want to come and ride the train?
No. The only train I'm gonna be on is if I'm running a train on your mom. Got him. Yep. Got him. She expected me not to like it and then wasted a year of my life. She's the asshole. Yeah. If you have some kind of extreme kink, something that you know is gonna be a problem or possibly a problem, you better bring that up right off the fucking bat. It's just as bad as not bringing up things like your expectation for children, your expectation for what gender roles you want to play in a relationship. These things need to be brought up right off the fucking bat. Because, like, you just wasted a year. Because obviously you knew that this was going to be a problem. You're right. Now you're at this precipice. Either, there's technically 3 ways you can go. He can indulge in it. He can not indulge in it, and she's going to be unhappy because she's not getting the kind of sex that she craves, even though she needs to go to therapy because this is kind of really troubling. This is one of those kinks where I say you actually should just see therapy. This is not a healthy kink. In my opinion, it's not a healthy kink. Or the third option, break up and go your separate ways. And then she still needs to go to therapy because this is a problem. My diaper is dirty because we played No Man's Sky for 8 hours straight. That's child's play. Well, actually, in this context, why you redeem Uwu? Fuck you. Eat my ass. Lick it clean. Yeah, you're not the asshole for breaking up with this girl. She needs to go to therapy. She should have brought this up. You're not into it. You're not into it. So either you're gonna have to do something you don't like, which means you're gonna be unhappy, or she's not going to get what she wants. She's going to be unhappy. I have never dealt with like kinks that necessarily that I wasn't happy doing per se. Because the ones that my ex brought up, I indulged in because they weren't too extreme, at least at the time. The ones I knew that she had. The only one that became kind of, it never really came to a head because I'd never know if she was even serious about it in the first place. The only one that was like a running joke was like, her joking about wanting to peg me. And I was like, nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. You can keep bringing it up and I'm not going to do it. I've indulged in many things for your sake, but this is the one that's not happening. So don't even, nope.
You don't want to be Wade Wilson? You don't want to Deadpool it up?
Look, Wade Wilson is more of a man than I am, apparently, because it was Valentine's Day. It was an exception. Wasn't that the whole plot? It was like Valentine's Day, so it was like or like Girlfriend's Day or something like that. He was, and literally in the scene, he's like, oh, nope. Where he's like, he had an instant regret. I don't know. I've been with some super kinky chicks. None of them ever really did anything for me. Sounds about right. Lies, he's a virgin. I am not a virgin. I know it's hard to believe, but there have been women who were willing to partake in my penile device, one could say. I know it's hard to believe, Okay, it's been a while, but every once in a blue moon. Okay, I find somebody with enough chromosomes who's willing to actually open them legs or butt cheeks for me. Anyways, well, I wonder what the comments have to say about this shit. Kinks have to be consensual both ways. If you're not into it, forcing yourself would only build resentment, not the asshole. That's pretty normal. Content removed by moderator. That's no fun. True, I don't think she knows what a compromise is. Yeah, how you compromise on this? What is the compromise? Well, he didn't say what the compromise was. Like, what was she trying to compromise? Like, okay, I won't say goo goo gaga, but I will put on the clothes. It's like, huh? No, she wants something that makes you uncomfortable. You're incompatible if neither of you will budge on the issue. So obviously not the asshole. Breaking up was the correct move. Totally some things you just can't compromise on. But he didn't break up with her because she's into that. He broke up with her because when he said no to something because it made him uncomfortable, she started insulting him and calling him names. That's also true. We completely glossed over that. Whenever he said, nah, I'm not, how about no? He was like, she started insulting him and calling him names. Whatever those names were, regardless, that's disrespectful. He's saying no, he doesn't want to do it. The end of discussion, for the most part. Like, no, you can't start with, okay, you're a piece of shit. How dare you won't let me act like a child while you're fucking balls deep inside of me? What the hell, bro? Also, thank you, Hung White Boy 25 for your great comment. What a great name. I love fucking Reddit right now, man. Hung White Boy. Great name. Great name. Coming from a practicer of BDSM stuff, you need enthusiastic consent from all parties. She needs to remember this for her future relationships because not everyone would be okay with a daddy or DDLG. She also needs to be okay with being told no if a partner doesn't want to participate. I think she just needs to see a therapy. I'm sorry, I'm gonna die on this hill. This is a kink that I think you should probably not have. I think once you go as far as like wanting to act like a child, you need therapy. There's serious trauma and serious mental disorders that need to be discussed and hopefully worked on, because this is just one of those ones. It's like knife play and stuff. I don't want to hear any fucking comments. They're consenting to being cut. You shouldn't want to be cut. Being cut, getting you off is weird. Yes, I want you to take this knife and fucking make a small incision on my arm so that I bleed. What? You're weird. Stop. That should be traumatizing. Nobody wants to what? No.
I once took a course where I had to defend myself against. I learned how to defend myself against a knife, and the knife was metal. It had a point. There was no blade, but it had a point. If I did not react, I would have bled. I don't want no knife play for me. Thank you. No.
Yeah, no thank. I will not have another. I will not have seconds. I'm good on that. Not the asshole, but you didn't end it because she's into rage play. Rage play. What the hell would be rage play? Yeah, I want you to be angry. I want you to hate fuck the shit out of me. I want you to be yelling and calling me a dumb, stupid bitch while you're just pounding my cheeks until they're black and blue. I like
Ginger, fire me again. Come on.
Yes, tell me I'm a waste of fucking oxygen and I should fucking die. Tell me my dad was right to fucking beat me. What rage play.
All I wanted to know was how the report was coming
Oops, sorry. Says the man who enjoys inserting things in his pee hole. I'm not into sounding. What? Ew. I think you're confusing this with a Kirsha stream or something, huh? Okay. Let's see. Google's age play. Oh, fuck that. Not the asshole. No, don't Google that. Now you're on the FBI list. God damn it. I'm proud that I had no idea what that means. Instant relationship eject button for me. No questions asked. That's fair. Not the asshole. You're not into her kink. She won't let it go. So the only course of action is to let her go. When I started dating my now husband, he was not into my kink and was very turned off by it. I said okay and have not even hinted at it for the past 9 years. Damn, what kink is it? Sounds like it was easy for you to get over. So what was it? I don't know.
I need this for notes.
I don't think anybody's gonna be okay with that, because I feel like if you have this kink, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm not in the minds of these people, but I would think that if you have a kink and somebody's not partaking in it, you're always gonna be like a little bit disappointed, depending on what it is. But I don't know. I don't really have any weird kinks, so I guess I can't speak from experience. I'm pretty fucking vanilla. For better or for worse, which I've had people be like, you're not into that. You're not into that kinky shit. Like, no, like, you're so basic. I'm like, I'm sorry that, all I need is a good dick suck and some missionary and I'm good. Like, come on, man. Maybe some fucking doggy style if I'm feeling up to it. Like, there ain't nothing wrong with that. All I need is get my nut off. Why are you judging me because of how I wish to bust my nut? Jeez.
Because this kind of goes into the like a little bit of the pronouns. Like, if you don't have wild, wacky pronouns, you're not normal. Thus, I guess if you don't have wild, wacky kinks, you're boring.
Yes, my pronouns are re/tard. Respect them. I mean, I do like a woman on top, but I don't think of that as a kink. That's not a kink. That's not even a fetish. I don't know what the difference. Wait, time for Google. I'm gonna. Well, no, this is on Brave browser. I'm good. I'm on Brave browser. Kink versus fetish.
I think one has to do with like level of obsession.
Come on, load up. Oak Counseling
empty
Associates. And it's not as good as Rib Wallet. Let's see. A kink refers to any unconventional or non-traditional sexual interest, desire, or practices involves engaging in activities outside of mainstream sexual norms. Kinks can be broad, encompassing various preferences such as bondage, role play, or sensory play. Engaging in a kink is typically consensual and often involves negotiation and communication between all parties involved. A fetish, on the other hand, is a specific sexual fixation or reliance on an object, body part, material, or situation to achieve sexual arousal or satisfaction. Fetishes are often deeply ingrained and play a significant role in an individual's sexual fantasies and experiences. Some common examples include foot, Renee, where you at? Latex, dominance/submission. Fetishes are often vital for sexual arousal or functioning, but they can vary in intensity and influence. In shorthand, a kink is something sexual that someone likes to do with themselves or consensual partners. Something is considered a fetish when it must be present in order for the person to achieve. So I thought I had them switch. I thought kink was more intense than a fetish.
Apparently not.
Interesting. Like what? I have a boob fetish? I mean, I do. I do like boobs. I really like boobs. And, I guess I technically do have a fetish. I have a belly fetish. I really like a woman's belly, especially when they're skinny. I don't know what it is.
Take notes, people.
Take notes, women. I like mostly flat stomachs. If you got rolls, it's not really doing a lot for me. It's just not really.
Kink is where you cut a hole in a potato. No, it's a chicken. We gotta go back to the.
That's bestiality.
It probably is.
That's No, not probably. If you're fucking a chicken, that's bestiality, Karis. That's not even up for debate. This isn't like, is furry bestiality, because there's a debate on that. But this is, is your dick going inside of a chicken? If yes, bestiality, go to jail. Do not collect $200. Get fucked by Tyrone Biggums while in jail.
Specifically Biggums. Not Smolly.
God, that reminds me. I don't want to go into like the intricacies of it, but did you see that thing going around on Twitter that comedian Drewski did air quotes whiteface for like a comedy bit?
Yes, I did.
That's so. I thought it was fucking hilarious. I watched it. I was like, damn,
thought it was pretty good.
It's like, damn, he actually looks like a white redneck.
I've been to enough NASCAR events. That guy would fucking blend in.
He even played the role right. He was just like one of the good old boys. I fuck with it. It reminds me of the good old days of Dave Chappelle when he would do like his air quotes white face. Although his wasn't even nearly as high effort, but it was almost funny with how low effort it was. Because
Yeah.
he was talking in air quotes white voice with like barely maybe some fucking powder on his face just to look a little bit lighter. But it'd be funny because he played all the stereotypes and I fucking loved it. I don't know. I found that funny. I'm not going to get into the intricacies of the discussion around it because that's content I don't no longer do. But I will say fucking hilarious as some of the I'm not offended at all. I think he's one of us. He can join. He's
Yeah.
one, he is one of us. That was fucking hilarious. Whoever did the makeup, you need a raise. You have to. They have to be like some Hollywood level fucking makeup artists. Cause like I mean they got him looking like a. The fact that they had to do the whole body, like well at least I would assume most of the body.
Not just that, but they actually put the red shade on there to mimic a sunburn.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, the tan lines, man. I was like, holy hell, bro. Jesus,
Like,
mother of God.
I remember it was like a mini.
This is better than Ronnie Downey Jr.'s Tropic Thunder.
Yeah. There was a mini series years ago. It was like early 2000s or mid 2000s. It's called Black White. And it's where like a black family and a white family, they swapped identities essentially. And like they had prosthetics, they had makeup done
White chicks too.
to it was basically, yeah, there was that, but this was done like as a social commentary experiment, like literally complete tone shift. And like because the black family, like they had specific like bone structures,
Wait.
prosthetics were put on to hide that.
Wait, did they
shit,
make the
to
wait? Did they make the white people black?
Yes.
Oh no! Oh no!
They did. This
Oh,
was early
no.
mid 2000s, so they did like legit blackface and they did whiteface on the black people. And it didn't really look like doing blackface seemed to work a little, it worked pretty good, but doing the whiteface, I don't know, like it didn't look that convincing to me. But like what this guy did, like I'm looking at the video, I'm like, and then I had to look up a picture of him because they're like, oh, black comedian. I'm looking at his face like, that motherfucker's black? So I looked him up. I was like, yeah, it's like fucking The Weeknd.
Yeah,
kinda
look,
black.
yeah, look at this, man. He looks the part and everything. He's even got the fucking mullet. He got the fucking the scruffy redneck looking beard. There's the fucking tan lines that are mimicking like a tank top that he would be wearing. He's got fucking yeehaw fucking American tattoos and shit. I think the only thing that people are pointing out is he definitely has like the fat black guy titties. I will say he definitely has fat black guy titties. He doesn't really, because I don't know if you've ever noticed this. I don't know why I noticed this. White fat people and black fat people have their fat distributes differently.
Yes, it does.
But other
And
than that,
that's-
he did a pretty
It's
damn.
not even a racist thing. That's
he went
just
from,
like
he went from
ethnic
this.
genetics.
He went from this to this. Pretty good. Pretty good. I fuck with it. Not
Yeah.
offended at all. And anybody who is, calm the fuck down, man. This shit was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious.
That's the thing. Like, I have watched so many behind the scenes of like film documentaries, prosthetics. Like you think about Nebula for Avengers, like all that prosthetics. What was that? Chiana from
RoboCop?
Farscape, RoboCop, all the little airbrushing. Not only was this done like as just a gag, but he had to wear this out and act with it. That's a really difficult thing because you could risk like that makeup coming off.
Probably in the
It
sweltering
could
heat
melt.
too.
Yeah, this makeup could have, like, he had to do a test run. You know, he got this applied and he like went around town somewhere and did a test run to see how well this would last. This was a planned event that did some research and it was so fucking offensive, not offensive, effective.
Yeah, this fucking what a legend. This is some legendary shit right here for makeup and just for comedy. I think it's fucking hilarious. I think if done tastefully, it can be done well. It's usually when you do these kinds of things, these race swap kind of things, it's because usually the problem is that people lean too much into like being offensive about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I feel
He was
like
playing a character.
he was just playing a character. He wasn't necessarily being offensive. But yeah, he was playing into like NASCAR redneck stereotypes. But like at the same time, it's like,
They exist.
these are real. These redneck NASCAR fans do exist. He hanged out with them. They changed his nip color. Oh yeah, they did. They had to change his nip color too, because he's black. So
Yeah,
he wouldn't have
everything.
he wouldn't have pink nipples.
No, like there was some serious thought put into this. Because I doubt that's a prosthetic. I really doubt, considering like his build looking. You can't put another prosthetic over because it wouldn't match. The movement's not quite there. We haven't perfected it that well. Even Ryan Reynolds in Deadpool, like rotten skin makeup, you can tell it's prosthetic though. You can tell it's not Ryan at a certain point. So like, this is amazing.
Yeah, I fuck with it. Drewski, you have my seal of approval as a white man. You're one of us. You're one of us now. I fuck with it. Keep doing what you do. This shit is actually hilarious. Maybe we're finally getting back to the age of comedy, hopefully. I don't know. Anyways, that was pretty much all I had for tonight. Anything else you want to add, not Skytex, fucking Karis?
Well, I gotta go change my diaper now since I've been playing No Man's Sky for I can't do Skytex's voice. No, I had.
Oh, sorry, I gotta go take my wife to the hospital. She's about to pop.
But isn't the boyfriend gonna take?
My wife's boyfriend? Yes. My wife's boyfriend is gonna take my wife to the hospital. Yes, you're right.
Good night, Alan Jones. Thanks for hopping in.
Well,
yeah, I don't really have much else to add. I contributed my little bit of the Battlefield 6 ray tracing, which I'm perfectly fine with. We don't need ray tracing in a fast paced shooter. We're not going to notice it. So
yep, don't need it. And No Man's Sky continues to be a good game. We'll probably get back to it probably next week, as I unfortunately probably need to grind some 2042 this fucking weekend. So I'm gonna be playing cock and ball torture, the simulator. So wish me fucking luck while I want to gouge my goddamn eyes out and pull my skin off and turn black. I don't know. I got a vitiligo, I guess, now, because I'm gonna be in immense pain playing this fucking shitty ass game. But gotta do what I gotta do. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I guess this is a first world problem. Oh, you have to play a bad game? Well, I have to deal with getting eaten by cougars at night. I'm like, I wish a cougar would eat, or actually, I wish a cougar would let me eat them. Anyways, all lube included. But I guess that's gonna do it for tonight then. So just want to thank everybody for coming through for this tantalizing TISM Thursday. Karis, when you gonna stream next?
Probably this weekend. I am arranging with Sonia and a handful of others to do Chain Together. So
again,
we made it to the city. We got to make it to heaven. We got to try and beat this thing. So, but I am also going to be doing more. I've been watching videos
Bend me harder, Daddy.
Yep, little cameo by Sonia. I'm going to be doing more building on my ship. I've been watching some videos, and I've got a specific design in mind that I want to try and replicate. So I'm going to be doing that when I get home this weekend.
Sounds good. I'll definitely join you out when I'm not playing Cock and Ball Torture 2042. Definitely. We'll get back to the 3-4 hours of mining radiant shards or our ship parts or whatever. Big PP ship. Yeah, big PP ship incoming.
Yes.
So I can finally live my dream of having big PP. But that
real quick, I'm surprised we didn't go into the Reddit at all of No Man's Sky, but that's like I messaged Skytex at like 3:30 in the morning. I was like, why have no one made any like dick ships? Like I kept thinking back to Time to Penis that Pirate Software was talking about. Like the moment that you give
look
people
at these
the ability,
ships. Look at these ships, man. What the
the moment you give people the ability to build, they're gonna make a dick and balls.
Wrong.
So why has that not been a thing?
Wrong browser. Gotta put on this. There we go. Look at the pirate ship. fucking British telephone booth, the Batmobile.
Yep.
I'm guessing this is from Star Trek or something. What the fuck is this though? What the?
I don't know.
What and how you make this? You have like 100-part limit. How'd you figure this out? You made a whole goddamn city. Okay.
I have no idea.
All
And
right.
it goes. It just fucking goes. Literally, someone made a caterpillar or like an excavator, and it's just flying through space in this fucking excavator. It's like, oh my god.
What is this? Somebody made a whole office building.
Yep.
It said limitless paper in a paper world. Okay. Just made a whole ass office building. Sure, why not? Aurora from Subnautica.
That looks pretty cool.
Huh.
That's a rabbit hole. That's most certainly a rabbit hole.
130 pirates. How can you be attacked by 130 pirates? What? I didn't even know that was possible. What the? It's a whole goddamn. Huh? It's a whole squadron. It's a whole goddamn army. What did you do? What did you do? What is it? Oh, it's a hand.
The master hand.
I can finally get a hand job in space. Ah, it's a crawfish or lobster. Whatever.
Yep.
Sea moth? Yeah, I guess that's cool.
this-
What? Fortress
yeah.
of Doom. They made the Fortress of Doom from fucking, I'm guessing this is from Doom Eternal. Okay. Oh, now this is pod racing. Now this is pod racing. Oh, yes. How do you get to the other parts of the ship? I don't think you can.
Some kind of connector.
No, they're just connected by a cable, so you couldn't even get to the other parts of the ship while you're in flight. So not very functional, very cool, but not very functional. This is just I guess a cool looking Corvette. I don't think it's based on anything. Oh. Okay. What the? A dragon? Wait, how'd you get the eye in there? That's a piece? This is what? Tentacles? Wait, you can do that? You can do tentacles? Wait, something.
Apparently.
These are things you can actually add. Why the tentacles? I don't think dragons have tentacles. Okay. This looks like a goddamn cannon. Oh, here's more tentacles. I guess tentacles are just a thing. Stay off my swamp planet. This is supposed to be. This looks like
Shrek.
That doesn't look like Shrek. It looks like Freddy Fazbear. That doesn't look like Shrek. It looks like Freddy Fazbear. I'm serious. Okay. Inspired by EVE Online Megatron. Never played EVE Online, but cool. How do they have something called the Megatron? What? Oh, of course, a guitar. Okay.
Yeah. Whoa, a recognizer.
What is a recognizer?
It's from Tron.
Oh,
It's just in Tron Legacy. Damn.
a car.
How?
It's just a car. You can put tire. What? It's just a what? This is a base. You can build a base on your. Wait, what? You can make a base on top of the Corvette? Wait a minute. You can do that? That's a thing? You can build a base on the I thought the Corvette and the bases are completely two different systems.
Apparently not.
Huh? How do you even build using base parts? I couldn't even. I used a couple mods. Oh.
Cheaters.
I thought there wasn't mods in No Man's
I
Sky.
actually did. I didn't need either. This is the
No,
first time.
no
hearing about it.
parts and complexity limit beyond base building. I didn't. How does this work? What if you wanted to join somebody? What would happen?
I don't know.
Huh. Interesting. Okay.
Yay, chained together in potato salad. Yes.
You got flying saucer. Of course, you gotta have your flying saucer. What the fuck is this? I guess
That
it's
was Mater. Yeah, I was wondering about that. I saw the eyes. I had this small thought. I was like, is that from Cars?
a scorpion. Cool, I guess. It's just a big ship.
The most common one I've seen
this is
is
a whale.
the Millennium Falcon. Oh, that's an orca.
For the Republic. So Star Wars reference.
Oh yeah, I've seen the NX-01 from Enterprise. It was all right. Seen a rickety Constitution.
An ant.
Grounded.
This
There's
is
the Razor Crest from Mandalorian. The Razor Crest that I saw looked really good. Wait, go up. What was that one?
something from Gundam.
Oh, Gundam. I thought that was the the DM4 or
SR-71.
something.
That's just a plane in real life, right? The SR-71. I think it's called the Blackbird.
Yeah, they retired. Yeah, they retired the thing decades ago.
A computer. Yay!
Yes!
It has RGB 4090.
2 of them. Damn.
Damn. Okay then. There's
Also, a Borg cube. Someone made
Oh, well, I have a sound effect for this. There we go.
Yep.
I was ready for that. Okay, these people definitely have some creativity. I wish I did.
No way. Go up. The noodle barge? That shit's from the Fifth Element.
I'm glad you
Mr. Kim's
understand these
Noodle Barge.
references because I don't.
I think it's from Mr. Kim's noodle barge. It's Corbin's getting lunch from him. Then he learns that he won the contest.
This is just a chair. That's cool,
It's
I
the
guess.
cuck chair.
Oh yes, space cuck chair, my favorite. Helena, where you at?
Damn.
I'm Batman. You're either
That's pretty
Batman
cool.
or you're the Wu-Tang Clan. Either or.
Oof.
Wow. Oh, and that's not right. It's Rob.
No.
No.
No, maybe it is Rob.
Yeah, this is
No,
Rob.
number 5 is alive. It's Johnny 5. Number 5 is alive. That was always his catchphrase.
This looks like
No
Rob.
disassembled Johnny 5. It does have the aesthetics of Rob, but there's on the first film.
Ah, who cares?
he
They're
has, like,
they're
this
all
laser.
fucking clankers. Get them out of here. Fucking clankers.
yeah.
I'm sick and tired of these goddamn clankers. Get them out of here. Yeah, we got definitely some pretty cool builds of people that have actual creative pieces in their brain, unlike me. So definitely some good inspiration. Maybe one of these days I'll actually sit down and create something cool. One of these days. Anyways, okay, that's enough. That's enough. We've done enough. So
Go forever.
yeah, we
Absolutely.
could scroll this for hours and see some cool stuff, and then I'll just feel subconscious about my shitty ability to design shit. So that's gonna do it for TISM Thursday for this week. Thanks to everybody for coming through. Thanks to Karis for coming through, even though you're out of the state right now. Much appreciated. We'll get back to some more No Man's Sky and TISMing probably next week or something. And I'll be preparing my balls and my anal plug for 2042. So send me good wishes on that one. So and that's pretty much gonna do it. Any last words?
Nope. I've got to get to bed. It is quite late for me.
Sounds like a good idea. Sounds like a good idea to me. All right, y'all have a good night. I'll catch you guys in the next stream. So keep safe, sleep well, all that good stuff. Good night, everybody.
Good night.